Hello, 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 hello. Bueller. Tonight it's buckle up buttercup night, friends. Because I am making bad choices. For whatever reason, I've been going through a phase. I always have these phases where I amp up a little bit of the energy drinkage that I have. So I try to keep it pretty low. I don't have good blood pressure. It's not supposed to be good for my blood pressure. However, just kind of need it right now. So tonight, it's going to be a monster of a night. I don't think I've even ever had a monster when I streamed. I'm a little worried about the outcome, but especially because sleeping and stuff, you know. But I'm doing it. Why am I doing it? I just feel like I've had this malaise when I try to go stream, partially because I'm in story mode now. I'm working on story, and it's really hard for me to figure out what to work on. And I can go look at bugs and things like that, but like I have to find work I can do that is somewhat balanced and manageable. The music's a little too loud. Hold on. And so what I find is when I don't give myself enough direction, my proclivity to be distracted increases, and therefore I feel like my work is boring and lame. Whether it is or not, that's just how I feel. Oh man. Also, it's just so tasty. I do the Monster Revive, and because it says Revive, it's definitely healthy for me. I think that's how that works, right? If it has the word revive in it, it's required to be healthy. I think that's actually like I think it has the same amount of caffeine. I don't like the orange juice ones. I like the peach tea ones. I just got a box of watermelon. Because watermelon, strawberry, and peach are my favorite flavors. From a drinking, not drinking like alcohol, but just liquid refreshment perspective. So I'm going to try to pretend tonight like I'm working, as in pretend like I'm having a work night without a bunch of people talking to me, and we'll see how that works. And that's how it's going to go. I like Bird Dog Peach Whiskey. I don't like alcohol. Alcohol is just not my thing. It's not enjoyable to me. I drink wine because, sometimes it's okay, like sweet white wine. But my wine's got to taste like a monster, basically. It's got to be that level of sweetness. Because I just don't like alcohol. Meow. Let's go take a look at some things here. So one thing so I got to figure out what I'm going to work on. I have a Jira board, and I guess I could show the Jira board. Jacob and I like, what does it matter if I show you what our Jira board looks like? I guess it would hint at things I have to work on. I suppose there is some potential for, people to express feelings about what's on our list. So maybe I won't show the Jira board, but I will go look at it and discuss what I'm going to work on. And maybe I'll do the classic, all these really experienced people that know how to develop and stuff. They open a notepad. Like, here's my task list. It's just like, what? I think, you know what, though? I'm going to go high tech. You ready? I'm going to go Confluence. You just drive. Oh, this is a Jurassic Games Atlassian Wiki. So I'm going to go in the Confluence. Do I have a streaming folder somewhere? I can't show the whole Confluence because I have stuff in here. Probably don't want to share. But let's see, planning, development. I guess I could put it under planning. Stream. Okay. Publish. So I'm not going to pretend like there's nobody here, but I am going to act like I'm going to dance like no one's watching or something. I'm not going to dance. I mean, I can dance. I can dance if I want to. I can leave my friends behind. Okay. So I've made a streaming punch list, right? And I'm gonna punch things with my list. So there's some things I know for sure that I need to work on. UI button prompts, right? I have a ticket for this somewhere, but I'm gonna write it down first. I like sweet red wine from Aldi. Winking Owl. I don't like red wine. It's too bitter for me. I've had wines where everyone's like, this wine is super sweet. And I taste it and I'm like, nope, it's not. It's too dry for me. So UI button prompts is sort of a nice little thing. It's probably the most boring thing to work on. Because it's just like dropping UI prompts. There's another UI based thing I need to do, which is UI what do I call it? Overlay. Oh, it's like SGB UI overlay replacement, right? So this is so right now when something gets rendered on the screen of the game, a lot of the text comes from the Smile Game Builder solution. Oh, by the way, unrelated. See this thing shirt that says "Be Human"? This is my wife. She's amazing. My wife has released a new album. And if I was a good husband, I would know exactly where the link to that is. But I'm not a good husband. And Icon just raided Icon33. Thank you for the raid. On a night that I'm drinking a Monster and rambling about what I'm going to work on. So glad to have you here. I appreciate your raid. I hope that you had a good stream. What did you work on? Business inquiries. Whoa. You take inquiries? I want to go look at... Have I been on your stream before? I feel like I have. Oh, wait. This is my... Hold on a second. I don't want to go on... I got two different browsers. Let me go to my actual Mozi one. Updating overlays. Hey, I was just talking about overlays, but more like video game overlays. Let's see who you are. I don't think I'm following you, but I've seen your name before. Where have I seen you before? Are you updating them now? You still shows live. I think you might have forgotten to push the unlive button. I don't want to say unalive. That has improper. Video game overlays, baby. Oh, I see. Voting for the host. Gamer Toolkit. About. You're just happy to be here. I like it. This is the game I'm working on. I'm working on Alterium Shift. I think Icon talks. You talk too? That's cool. Well, maybe I should not go there on the stream. I don't know what the image was, but it seemed like it was veering towards NSFW. I used to watch you do voxel stuff. Okay. See, you didn't show us new, so it's been a minute. Nice to have you back. I miss doing voxel stuff. I was just thinking that maybe I should stop working on Alterium Shift on stream and just work on voxel stuff again. It's been a hot minute or 10. And RPG in a Box, which is the tool I use, has gone through a number of iterations and it has improved a lot. But now I'm so used to working in Unity, like it's hard for me to go back to a much more rudimentary programming system. So I haven't decided what I'm going to do, but tonight I was trying to work on my punch list. And the reason I'm working on a punch list, I have Jira and I use, because I work in technology, so I have a whole way of tracking my work. But I don't want to pull up my Jira board because it has too much stuff in it that's unrelated to what I'm trying to stream. And so I started just typing crap, right? And I wasn't intentionally trying to define a bunch of UI things I have to do, but I was talking about what that looks like. So Icon, you're working on video game overlays. Do you have something you want to share, like a link? I mean, you came with 20 people, so you had probably a bit more people than I had to start with, but I'd still like to see, other than going to your stream. Oh, podcast. Okay. My daughter scratched me. I got a scratch. Look at that. It's like a cat. She didn't do it on purpose, but it's just like she got little claws. It hurt. It's bugging me. It's like, yeah. Okay. Anyway, share what you want. If anyone does game dev around here or has art you want to share, I don't really have any limitations. I do want things that are, generally appropriate. I like to see what people are working on, their games or their whatever links. I don't limit any of that. So if you have anything to share, by all means. Robotech, a budding game. Is it 83 because that was like year of birth? Because you're born in 83? Or was something important about Robotech in the year 1983? Or do you have 83 robots? My wife was born in 83. I'm older than her. So what have you worked on, Robotech? Do you have a itch page? And while you do that, why is my screen white, like burn into my eyeballs white? Hold on a second. Why is my dark mode not working? Let's try this. On. Is this better? Do you guys like dark mode or light mode? I have 83 robots too. Exactly 83 robots. Yes, I do have an itch page. Feel free to share it if you want to. I usually like dark mode, but there's like Confluence doesn't always work the greatest with this tool I use. And so I think I like alternatively turn it off sometimes when things get weird and then I forget to turn it back on. Okay. So I don't normally drink Monster when I stream, especially not at this night. This is called Confluence. Because I work in technology, the product suite that I'm most familiar with is Atlassian. There's plenty of people who would say they hate it and that it doesn't solve any problems and it makes life worse. And plenty of developers who've worked in just the worst scenarios where they have super esoteric processes set up and just, annoying systems. I have found it useful enough that I keep using it. So I use Jira even for tracking game dev project stuff. And I use Confluence as a wiki. Azure is in like the Microsoft online cloud-based stuff. Do they have a Azure wiki? Is there a wiki? Create a project wiki. Azure DevOps. Collaborating using Azure DevOps Wiki. What is this? Oh no, I'm going to be really distractible, aren't I? It's going to happen. Anyway. Let me go look at Robotech stuff. Before I get too distracted. Welcome, I've been cured by a warlock. Oh my gosh. Is this the one game that you've made? I'm going to mute this though, because I don't want to... My audio controls are a little wonky. Hydrate. Okay, I'll drink water. I got a big thing of water. Host future games. Is this like whatchamacallit? Altered Beast? Oh, this is cute. Did you... Ooh, well, what's my controls? I didn't check out what the controls were. Okay, I can attack using... How do I move? How do I move without you? I want to know. Okay, I see. How do... Oh, I died. Oh, I see. The enter button also worked. Attack. Attack. Go. Attack. I can also hit or return. I can use return to attack apparently. I just hold it down. Did you do the art or did you get it from an asset pack? Confluence as a wiki, really? Can you show anything? I need a wiki for my podcast overlays. Yeah, I can show you stuff from Confluence. Sorry, I'm just playing around with this. I like the assets. All right. So, what a big graphics update! Yeah, Alterium Shift revised. What can I show you? So here's my page. Right here's the wiki page. You can see this is it's free, by the way. You can get it for free. The pricing on it, if you're just like 1 to 10 people, is free. So you can just get it, and it's cloud based, and you can mess with it however you want, as many spaces or whatever you want. So a space is an area of content. You can have different types of content structures. There's lots of different widgets in CRUD. For instance, this is something I had to pay for, but I can embed diagrams directly into my my pages. The problem with this is that because I have dark mode on, it wouldn't show very well. But I mean, they even have a whiteboard system now where you actually can do like a diagramming whiteboard, basically. They have just like a ton of things. You can do tables, links, obviously action items that get tracked as tasks. It links into Jira, so you could have Jira links in here if you wanted to, in charts and other things like that. It has like a roadmap tool, which is somewhat rudimentary, but if you're just looking for a basic roadmap, it's not terrible. I've actually used it a few times. Thing. Oh no, that's not the right one. It's hold on, let me just make this text cortex thing go away. How do I make you go away? Hide chat settings. You're in my way. Go away. Disable it. There we go. See, roadmap planner. There it is. So you could do like, basic roadmap planning, where you can add however many bars you want or whatever you want to do here. Right. So it's, there's too much stuff that I could show you. I need a wiki so I can avoid answering questions. The thing is, like, it's internal wiki, it's not external wiki. It does have, there is a way to make it public, but it's not designed for public usage. Hey, Killboy. There are plenty of other wiki-like things, but I don't use them. I do need to, like, you can use like media wiki or if you go to like the RPG in a Box site, they have, the guy uses a specific type of site. I'm sure there's like free wiki things out there. I just don't use them. There is like a service desk solution for Atlassian that's also free for like one user, but you can have a public facing wiki in that way, but it's not one where other people can enter stuff. It's like you publicize your stuff. So yeah, this isn't really like, this is more like I'm using it internally for my work, not something I'm sharing externally. I'm not sure what I would use if I wanted to have a public wiki right now. Okay, so now that I'm highly distracted, what was I looking at? I was looking at different support tickets, I think. Setting menu in beta. Enhanced battle help text. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do. These should be fightable. Yeah, they will be. I don't care about fixing bugs right there. I think I fixed this one. Rock Golem question mark. Oh yeah, that's Jacob. I want to see if I can make this into a I just recently added a integration where I can do that, and it'll get pulled into Jira. Sage inside pillar, don't care. Some equipment can't be replaced. Yeah, that's fixed, but you know, I should actually make this. Yeah, I've actually fixed it. Kill spells. So there's not really a lot of bugs here that. Holy moly, controller pad madness. Oh, that doesn't look good. The horror. Now moving character works fine from all. Oh yeah, this is a weird one. This is also super annoying. I don't know when this happened. Oh, I think she like left. So there's not really any bugs I think I want to work on right now. What is too cool? The thing I did for integrating with Jira. It took me a long time and was arguably not worth the effort yet. But because right now it's just one way. So if I update the ticket, it doesn't yet sync back to Discord. Because to get it to work, I had to use Discord APIs and a tool called make.com. Which is like a workflow. It's like Zapier, but I like it better than Zapier. And so it took me a while to figure out how to get the data to work how I wanted. Okay, so far I have a bunch of UI-based things. I haven't started any actual work yet. Still trying to figure out where I want to go. So this is also like, okay, this is one I kind of want to work on because I think this is important. Will affect the ability to show the current map location. Map because code. So I needed to come up with a solution where on every map the title of the location would show up. And the current way it's done is highly manual, and I want to make a non-manual way to do it. But I believe I need to do this first because otherwise it just there's so many reasons why it causes problems. So this is a potential candidate. I think button prompts is something that I'm going to work on off stream. This is potential. I don't think transition effects is something I should even do. I think I should just have someone else do it. So I'll have the contractor do it probably. Like the contractor's working on finishing up any of the phishing related issues. What other things do I need to do? The new save system is working. So here's where I need to go to my Agile board and see what I have on the list as technical projects. The reason I'm not showing my backlog is because I just have too much stuff in here that I don't want to put on stream. But I'll look at it. We have a travel center. I don't really care about that. Lots of story sequencing. Oh, here's a good one. I may not do this one, but who knows? Monster palette shift. So the ability to specify for a monster how to adjust their palette, like their hue, essentially. This is kind of a lame one. I might even just remove it, like shop item quantity. Make this work so that So the one thing I don't have in the shops right now is the ability for you to only buy one of an item. So if you wanted to say like there's a legendary item that's only available in this one shop, you can buy it and you can keep buying it if you've got the money for it. Whereas I really only want to have one of the item available, or even just like a quantity of things available. Otherwise it'll hurt the balance a little bit because then you could just buy, infinite thing. Let's see, monster create. This is the ticket, isn't it? Yeah, look at that. It's so funny that I put that on my list when it's like this. I don't know why it says Alterium shift. Why are you doing that? Oh, I know why you're doing that. Hold on a second. This is wrong. No. It says it's in progress. Apparently I started it somewhere and I didn't finish it. Oh, that's not what I want to work on. Okay. Here's one. Create support tools to help us debug with users. I guess I'm kind of working on that with the ticketing thing. Mac Linux video doesn't loop, not super important. I do need to add some additional stats to equip menus. I don't really want to do that right now, though. Equip stats menus. Add additional. This is sort of a probably more of an offline task. Performance. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Well, that could be an interesting one to work on. As stupid as it sounds, like all these UI based ones, okay, I can do it. But I kind of want to work on improving map performance. This feels like a very meaty technical problem that I'm going to get super annoyed at and probably not solve, but it would be fun to fail at it, if that makes any sense. Oh, I could also implement analytics. Ooh, that's a good one too. Could I implement Unity Analytics on stream? Is that in my capabilities? My wheelhouse, as they say? Ooh, that's a good one too. Wow, I have all these good ones I could work on. I didn't think I had so much on my list. Yeah, I think I got enough things here. I don't care about bugs. Who cares about you? There's just a ton of story work I have to do. I think I've found. Ooh, but here's a good one. Oh, this is also a good one. Okay. Wow, I'm finding fun ones to work on. So, camera nudge ability. Maybe? Question mark. The idea that you could nudge the camera in a different direction, based on like the right stick or something. Because I know we've had people complain about the tight field of view that we have. So being able to nudge the camera a little bit could alleviate some of that feeling like people can't see. There's another one actually. If I find it, I'll add it here. But camera stop moving at map edge. So I wanted to do this too. Right now, the current camera doesn't stop as you get near the edge. So like in Chrono Trigger and other games, when you get near the edge of the map, it doesn't keep moving. The character just keeps moving. The camera stops. And I'd like to be able to actually make the camera stop moving. It feels better in my opinion. And I think I could figure out how to do that. Wow, I have actually some really good candidates for work. Here's the ticket for the consistent map title that I was talking about earlier. It's funny, when I started writing these down, I was like, am I just making these up? But no, I had them in my head somewhere, just floating around there. That's kind of neat. Here's the camera edge detection one. I mean, these are like, if you talk about I've definitely gotten over the hump of most of the things that we have to get done. So even though these are like nice things to do, they're not critical per se. All right. So I do offer opportunity. I know I've been talking for a bit and no one's been saying anything. So if you're listening, if there's anyone listening who has an opinion or would like to have an opinion on what I work on first, speak now or forever hold your code. Hi, Composy. Did you want to share your link to your album? I thought I could listen to your album, but at the same time, I'm not sure if it fits the vibe of working on code. I could try it. No one's listening. Okay, Killboy. Well, Killboy, you're listening. Did you have an opinion? Oh, hold on a second. I got a weirdo thing here. No, Killboy. Why am I asking Killboy? Killboy always says, just work on what you want to. I know, but the choices. Is there a choice randomizer? Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Oh, composing. Yeah, because of the pre-roll. Wait, are you not subbed on my channel? You're not subbed on my channel. You're not subbed on my channel? I'm subbed on your channel. I don't know. But on my stream, you do get a volume discount. I'll whisper for you. Just finish the game. How hard is it? Yeah. Okay. So Unity Analytics would be neat, but I think this is going to be dumb to work on stream because there's going to be just a lot of little like configuration back and forth. I know it's probably easy to implement. Not important. The camera nudge would be kind of neat, and so would the edge detection. I think the thing that when I first showed it, I kind of got a little bit of giddy thinking about it, is the map loop update. So maybe what I'll do, I'll start looking at that one. And then I may or may not start looking into the camera nudges. I don't think I'll get to do all of them. So I'll work on the performance map loop update first. Did you... Oh, you chatted. Where did you... Oh, there's your link. There it is. Where is this going to open? Composy, my wife, has released her new album, and she's amazing.
Don't want any chickens ever.
She does not like chickens. Be careful. She's not a chicken lover. Oh, are you on Spotify, Composy? Okay, let me see. Composy. Let's see. Glad to be me. Because you actually get props for me playing you. If I play you, you get like plays. All right, we'll try this. Oh, the volume is not enough.
To see my world with all of its creation to get lost.
It'd be like anyone just showing up on the stream would be like, why is there this just singer singing? Don't hit me with a copyright, please. I don't want a copyright claim.
It's a different vibe.
Isn't it? It's very like thanks for the 400 points. Oh, and that's how Composy DMC'd Motzi. Thanks for the sub. It's like, this doesn't fit Motzi. 24. I haven't even listened to your album composing. 30 months? My gosh. For the help with this. Don't get like 3 copyrights. Yeah, right. It's worth it for science. Okay. So we're gonna try this. I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to focus on work listening to my wife's music, but this is a kid's.
It's on Apple. It's on iTunes.
It's on iTunes. Good job. This is a kids album, by the way, targeted more at children. But since I'm one big child, it's fine. All right. So let's talk about the problem at hand. Our map loading system is obnoxious AF. I wonder if I think I might even put something in here. Map planning. Loop. Huh? Did the music go away? Okay, so I don't have a document for this. Is the echoing sound is how that was finished, or I'm using like the crappiest headphones, by the way. Okay. Okay, so by the way, everyone thinks when I look this way, you probably think that I'm looking that way. The opposite way of the way I'm looking. But I'm looking that way. Okay, anyway. Let me go and add a new document for my work here. So we're gonna work on. You're so cute composing. What is that?
Oh,
It's like a billboard. That's cool. All right. It's gonna be hard to work on this and like type and look at the code, but I want to give it a shot. So we're gonna talk about all right. Notes related to improving reducing the number of required for. All right. So I feel like I wrote this down somewhere before, but I think the problem is I can't talk and then you're singing in the background. I have to turn it down. Is it like if I'm talking and the music is going, is it distracting? I like listening to music. I'll just start humming your music randomly. It's stuck in my head. All right. So let's talk about the problem. We have a event height map. So Smile Game Builder, because they did this without Unity, created and manages their collisions in a set of arrays, which is just this event height object. And if I go in here, you can see it's a structure in an array. And the problem is, on every update loop, they destroy and recreate this list. So what I need to do is identify where I'm going to be making my changes so that I can manage this better. I swear I wrote down some of this stuff before, but I'm just going to start over again. So, and I'm not going to, I guess I could go back and forth. I'll show you a little bit of what I'm doing analysis-wise, but I need to look at the code. So well, I guess I could do like, no, I'll decide how I switch back and forth. Because it's been a minute since I've looked at this, I have to start over anyway, so we'll just go back. All right, so we have this. So update event height map. There's 4 uses of this, but this is the most important one right here on map scene.update. So every loop, on every update loop of the map, it does update event height map. And it really bugs the crap out of me that it does this. So it does this thing where every map character gets updated. This is doing things like updating the position of the maps and all that stuff. And then every time it calls this method. And in this method, so this is I think this is the height map is non-existent, fine. And then it calls clear. So this literally goes through the height map and removes every value. And it is a loop within a loop within a freaking loop. Because it's a 3D grid. And I contend this will not be needed. So I've got to take some notes here. I mean, this is driven me, not driven me, droven me, driven. Whatever. I feel like I'm going to do it the way I normally do it. So we're going to make a class called Map Engine. The method is update event height map. Description. This is how I end up doing it, right? I create a table. This is a little big because I've zoomed it in for streaming, but I can make that bigger there. So then I kind of give myself a note of what this is about. Runs on every map update loop. This clears out and completely recalculates all of the collision positions based on events and map objects. Yeah. So it's somewhat absurd because there should be no reason this has to happen. Essentially, I might have to put the music back to what I was doing. The problem is, like, there's a voice talking while I'm talking, and it's like, I love your music, Composy. I just can't talk and listen to it.
I turned it down.
Yeah, so I'm gonna switch back to my other music just so I can actually listen to myself talk. Because really, who doesn't want to hear themselves talk? Am I right? Okay, so this runs. So when I take these notes, I usually start here, and then actually, do I want to do line numbers here? I might. So sometimes what I do is I'll put a line number. This is not ever going to be long-term relevant because code changes. So it's more of a a rough reference just because for some reason the concreteness of writing the code down, incidentally, look how big this method is, helps my brain process. So it's 2379 to 2439. So, you know, pretty hefty method there. 2439. So this is the thing that does the complete recalculation. So method, and then if I'm gonna just reuse this, I'm still working in the method, I'll just put the line numbers here. So in this case, what else is important? I don't list every single line number, but I could list, like, this section here is just a initializer. So this shouldn't get called every loop, right? If the event height map is null, or there's something wrong with the map width and stuff, then it will create a new one. I'm pretty sure this was something I added. Previously was creating it. Have you translated the comment before the clear call? Are you sure it doesn't say there are world-ending consequences? No, it's going to say clear the map. I swear that's what it's going to say. I swear. See. Kuria, clear. Obvious comment is obvious. So funny. So 2381 to 2385, right? And 2381 to 2385. 2381. One of the reasons I do this too is this is like the most basic of documentation. And I'm not really even documenting. What I'm trying to do is give my mind time to process. So even though it's silly, and it's like the code is obvious, it's a way that it's a technique I've learned to help me process what the heck's going on in code. And typically when my brain clicks and I understand what I need to do, I stop taking notes on this. So I always have these like half finished breakdowns, unless it's really complicated. Then I just go through the entire thing. Made you translate, haha. Yeah, that should be funny too. Initializes the event height map should only happen once per map. But to change something, I need to understand it, right? And so that's one of the reasons why I go through this exercise. 2388. And I'm usually literally 2388. Leery of doing this on stream, but right now I'm in the YOLO mode, so whatever. This is where the entire map gets cleared. Uses a big O n to the power of 3. I think that's how you write it. Complexity. Oof. I mean, it's probably not actually big O n to the power of 3, but it is some absurd thing because it is a, it's doing it by width, height, and length. But I think it even creates the space like it's doing almost like voxels, right? Like just creating the 3-dimensional space. And it is entirely unnecessary and unneeded, which really bugs the crud out of me. Even if you weren't using Unity, you could write this so much better. And this is responsible for a lot of slowness on maps. So then in line 2390, we go for each map in the map character list. So if I go to map character list, this is a list of map characters. Map characters are supposed to be just things that move. So actually, I'm pretty sure it doesn't loop through non-moving events because I believe it uses a different way of calculating if it's not an event that moves. Right? Is that how that works? Let me find out. Because I don't think map character list. I think this is like a list of like 100 some odd event, however many's in the map, right? So 40, whatever. So the more events we add to a map, more things you can interact with, the larger this list is. And this is all. So for the rest of the method, this is all it does. Okay. And actually, this gets into some of the changes that I made, which I believe was to avoid doing calculations on things that didn't need to. So we have, for each character, it's getting the position. Oops. Oh, please don't do that. It's getting the position of the object in the map. If it was character-based, get furniture height. This is interesting. I forgot what this was. I didn't translate that one, obviously. Starting point placement height. Oh, okay. Kitten no haichi takasa. Taka-sa. I wonder why it's hyphenated. I don't know how that... I'm pretty sure this is something I commented out. So if it's not a map object, then we do all this stuff, right? So if it's a common event, we skip. We don't care. And the event height map only gets modified if it is an event that potentially could move. A common event, it used to do common events too. And I added this logic in here. Actually, I think I even added is common event or something. I can't remember if I added that or not. But I made it not calculate if it was a common event. It used to do it even if it was a common event or not. So it was doing all these calculations for things that didn't have any impact on the player in the scene. So then this is also checking, what is this? If the X value is less than 0. Oh, admin, thank you for the follow. Admin, no. Appreciate it. Welcome. Always good to have some admins on our stream. So this is if X is less than 0. So any of the values, if these X or Y are less than 0, or if the value is greater than the maximum width. Essentially, if for some reason the object is outside of the map, then we're not going to calculate it, which is smart. I wonder if I could try... No, I think I've tried this. I was going to try and do like ChatGPT or Copilot and say, come up with a way to make this more efficient. I don't think it will. I remember doing all my collisions outside the map then. Boom, shakalaka. Lopar, how have you been? It's been a minute. I haven't seen you around in a while. I mean, I've seen you now. Int BH equals. So if the event is collidable. Wait, if EV dot collidable, what does this do? Oh, so it's saying if the event's collidable, give it a value of 2, which it must be the default height. Shrug, I've been. How have you been? I've been. And then it re-adds it to the event height map. So if we go into, so, okay. So what I need to do here is 2390 to 2438, I guess. I stopped taking notes. I should take notes. 2390, oops, to 2348. Loop actually updates all of the height map values. Note that it has been refined to only update events that are on the map, not common events, and on the map, common events. Yes, I give myself my own commentary. If I forget to take notes, it's a problem. Where was I? Here I was. Okay. I don't really care about this. I could note this, but it's just, you know, it's just getting a value to figure out where the placement is. So, so in this section, this actually does... Hold on a second. Let me make sure I got this right. If the character, if it's not a map object. So a map object is an object that is like an event or something. And then if it is a map object, it does do all this nonsense. Okay, gosh, that's really obnoxious. Okay, so 2400 to 2411. This is what updates the dynamic, the things that can actually move on the map. Okay. And this is how I'm kind of formulate where I could potentially get the best impact with the least amount of work. So my guess is the work I would have to do to make a moving event update appropriately is going to be more than the work I would have to do to just stop recalculating the map objects every time. Yes, I have profiled at low par. The reason I know of this problem is because getting the Switch version working better, there's a number of things I had to improve, and this area was a huge chunk of the slowness. And to give you an idea, when I started working on it, it was running at 8 frames a second or less. And I think it was like when I compiled it without like development mode, it was like 10 frames a second. And when I introduced my changes I made here, plus a couple other things I did that were really stupid but necessary, it went to like 23 frames a second or something. Like this thing right here. They weren't doing a cache width. Every time the loop ran, they were calling map.getLength, which is a like an array. What is this object? It's some core object array thing where you can get the length of a dimension. But it was happening every time, multiple times on every update loop. Turns out, whatever compilation happens between Unity C# and the C++ that's used on the Switch, it was incredibly slow. This is like death to performance. So in addition to this and the events where it was like calculating 50 common events every loop, just adding this cache solution, because like the width isn't going to change every time, right? Once you load a map, the first time it runs, it compiles it to C++. I'm not sure what it looks like, but however this method runs in whatever runs on the Switch, I don't know any technical specifics. I just know speed-wise, this is like just orders of magnitude slow. And so if you only do it once and you cache it, it gets really fast. I mean, 3 times improvement or more in the performance, because it wasn't just 10. It was like less than 10 frames per second. It was abysmally slow, and it made it faster. So this is how I know this is an area where I need to do some improvement. And it seems pretty heckin' obvious to me that if you can address something that happens on every loop, every update loop, every frame, if you can minimize the operations on every single frame, you can get better speed. And this is absurd. I mean, I know I still need to keep taking my notes on this, but so this is all the dynamic objects, which on Summiton is like 180. That includes common events. So when you cut out the common events, it's less. And then these are all the map objects. And map objects are anything that's not a tile. Anything that's not a tile and not an event is a map object. So you know how we use grass and we have flowers that kind of wave and we have trees in the background? Those are all map objects because they don't have any scripts tied to them, but they're still an object placed on top of the tiles. Not each blade of grass. They're like bundles of 3. I mean, I can show you what it looks like. I told you though, this is going to be a slow plod tonight because of this. And I'm just going to act like I'm working on things now. So then, I don't even know what the number is. I could probably debug this and show you, but it's just irrelevant. I know fixing this will help. Because this is happening on every freaking loop. I swear to all that is good and holy, there's literally no reason for this. It drives me up the wall. I mean, like, you should only have to calculate map objects one time. The first time the map loads, boom, that's it. Map objects do not move. They cannot move. They're not designed to move on the map. So there's never a reason for any of the map object related materials to ever have to be recalculated. Ow, my ear hurts. I mean, like, performance wise, now in Summiton we get, I think, like 80 frames a second, the 60 to 80 frames a second, depending. But this is absurd. I mean, here, let me show you. Once this loads. So from line 2412 to the end, it's purely just map calculations. I'll read through it to confirm that there's nothing that could potentially change. 2412 to 2348. Wait. 2 3 what? Hold on a second. 2412 to 2438. I must have got a number wrong somewhere. 24. It doesn't really matter, but I think this one 2438, right? So updates height map of just movable events, i.e. non-map objects and non-comment. So we go into Summiton. This is a good sort of test case because it was the first map we made, one of the bigger maps in the beginning, and it has a lot. So what constitutes a map object? Every piece of grass, every block of grass is a map object. And I don't think, let me see. I don't think these are collidable. So I'll have to see if it actually calculates them or not. But one way or another, it has to loop through all of them. Every piece of grass, all of the houses are map objects. All of the trees, the posts, the benches, although they have events tied on them too, the rocks, all these things in the background, the school, like basically anything that's not a tile is a map object. Tiles are just like what you can see I'm hovering over now. So you can see there are a lot of map objects on this scene. And now, can you imagine every single loop? It is looping over every one of these map objects. So like it's more than one blade of grass per. Can you imagine how insane that is? The thing that I'm actually really impressed by is that it's not slower. This is a testament to computers. Computers are fast, right? So when you ask, like, you're right, I could do thorough profiling. But there's also this sort of common sense look at the problem saying, okay, every single frame of the game, we are looping over every one of these objects that we can see and updating a three-dimensional array that represents collisions. Now, I don't think, the one thing I got to confirm is I think the things that don't have collisions might be skipped. If they don't have a collision, whatever, but we're still looping over them, right? We're still iterating over the things that are not collidable. So that's still, there is still like a performance hit because you're doing a loop within an update cycle. Pretty absurd. And to be fair, I will bet you that the new version, the RPG developer Bakin, they've probably fundamentally changed how this works. So they probably don't have this code here anymore. I did message the developer and I mentioned it to them, or one of the key people, and they said, well, the engine's changed under the hood a lot. So they very likely have already changed all this. So I'm fixing a problem they might have already fixed in the new engine, but we're kind of locked into the old engine. So if it was map object based, let's just see what we do here. So first off, it's got to do a conversion to get the map object, right? Then it's got to get the direction it's facing for some reason. Then it's got to get the object height map, which, okay, so this is the thing that gets the height map. So look at this operation. I was gonna see here. They must have cached it. That's cool. So they do cache the calculation after they do it once. So that's good. So they did, they had some awareness that there was some potential slowness here. Let's, take what I can get. This just says return cache data if it exists, which is, it's evident in how it's written, but whatever. So that would mean that while I could read and understand what it does here, it doesn't. It's somewhat irrelevant. Because if I know that it's cached, then whatever cost it has, it would only happen on the first load. So making this more performant might help, but it won't help in the long run. Doesn't really matter, basically. Height map result is probably a struct. Nope, it's a class. It's a class, which means it creates an allocation of memory. I like how to do fix memory issues. I think that was me. So it's not a struct. Oh, Gavin, how is Unity 6 working for you? It's super slow. Oh, perfect. I can't wait to use it. Yeah, it's a class. It's fine. Listen, the game really doesn't use that much memory, so I don't care about the allocation. Honestly, really don't care about that. Like, yeah, it matters in some degree, but not really. That's not going to affect the performance. It would affect the performance if for some reason, well, actually, it would affect the performance if it got garbage collected. But because they cache the result, it won't get garbage collected. So it takes up memory, but it's not memory that has to get released, except for, I guess, when the map changes. Someone's got to take out the trash, right? But it won't get garbage collected like within normal loops. At some point, garbage would build up, but the cached result is cached. So the only time it would get garbage collected is on a map change. Then it will garbage collect it. Which admittedly will affect map load times, but less important. People already expect map loading to be slow, right? So then, whatever this means, I don't even care. Height map half size. This is dumb. I know there's a reason for it, but it's just so funny. Like, okay. So then, it's checking to see if something is something and something is something. It's interesting that it doesn't do... You'd think that it should do like a collidable check first, right? Like, shouldn't it ignore the object? If it's not collidable, why bother? Why bother even adding... Why bother doing any of this logic? We get the character. We make x equal the negative value, and while x is less than that, so I think it's like trying to figure out its location. Well, let me see here. Does it filter it out? No, because really what should happen is at the very top of this, if the event is not collidable, we should just YOLO and not do anything with it, because it doesn't matter. Although for some reason it seems to be doing something with it, even if it is collidable, or I'm sorry, if it's not collidable. Sorry. So it must be using it for another purpose. I wonder what the point is, though. So collidable is the second value. What does it do for us to say whether it's collidable or not? That's not a link. Nobody click it. Does the height map add function filter in it out since you pass it? Well, it does something with it, but I don't know why it's... When it's an event that extend the judgment to the surroundings. This is, okay, I know why. Here's why. Because whether it's collidable or not, if the event can be interacted with, they need to detect that interaction. However, if it's a map object, you cannot interact with it. So I actually still don't understand the impetus of this. Oh, this is cute. This is like triggering on Cole, but that's not even right. So get other chakater from map. Get collision height. And it's weird because when it gets the collisions, it checks if it's collidable. So it feels a lot like if it's not collidable, it shouldn't even be in the height map. Like, why do we care if it's collidable or not? Get collision height. Look at this. If it's collidable, it will only do this logic if it's collidable. That sets it. And then this one's like other character if it's collidable. So if it's not collidable, why would we put it in the map? Okay, so let's do some experimentation. This, as I told you, sometimes when I'm taking these notes, if I start finding some real clear problems, I'm like, let me go mess with this a little bit. So I did make some code changes. I don't remember what I did, so I'm going to reload this real quick. Do dad joke real quick. Patient, doctor, I need your help. I'm addicted to checking my Twitter. Doctor, I'm so sorry. I don't follow. Because, of course, now that joke has to be changed, right? Knives of Iraq? Or is it Knives of Firak? Thanks for the follow. Like Knives Out, the movie. Why is this taking so long to assemble? Come on, Avengers. Assemble. 30 seconds. I don't even have the debugger on. Why do you take so long? That's probably because I was working on maps. What color is the wind? Blue. Okay. So let's turn on the profiler. Where's my profiler? Here we go. I always forget where this is. General and analysis. There we go. For some reason, the standalone process actually breaks. I found out that when I did it as a standalone, it would cause problems. So I don't know how helpful it's going to be for me to run this, but I'm curious to see what happens if I make some changes. So we're gonna start the game. Look at the new save menu. See this, Lopar? It's new. It's new and all savey and stuff. I heard one a couple days ago. What do hobbits and dwarves have in common? Very little. It's a fancy new save system. And it's like infinite auto saves. Because, you know, everyone wants to have 30 auto saves, right? There is some weird issue with in my system, Atlas's location. So I want to try and see if I can go to like Hyra. And then I'll turn on the profiler. Turn on for what? Wow, 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 wow. It's going to be weird to profile this while I'm streaming. Because I'm sure, you know, things won't profile well, but you know. So this is like a normal map. It's gonna show as very poor. Where's the stats? There it is. So the I guess it's okay, 100 FPS. Sure. You'll be able to see how it goes, right? It's gonna be done. It's gonna go yucky. And we're gonna deal with yucky. So go down here. But whatever. You know, there's going to be one isolated user who ends up with 197 gigabyte autosaves. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to just put like a limit of some sort. Or let them decide their limit. So you can see here like map loading. Look at this nonsense here. You can see that. So this is different between the shop. Actually, let's pause it real quick. So the shop speed versus Summiton. And animation happens to be one of the bigger blocks of text, but then you also see here, I can't see the colors very well because they're like, it's like, which one is it? It's not VSync. It's not scripts. Oh yeah, so these are the scripts. They're not animation. These are all the different scripts running on the map. Others, okay. So then let's look at the memory. You can see how much memory is being used here. This is UI. So like just rendering and stuff. And I don't care about asset loading. Okay. So it doesn't, I mean, like, you know, it's actually for what we had in the past, it's actually fairly fast. But it's right now, you can see because I'm streaming and I'm running it on Unity, it's 50 frames per second, right? Without Unity running like this or without me streaming, it'll go higher than that. But you know, there's all this other processing happening on my computer, which is making it run much, much slower. And I'm running the profiler, right? Which in itself makes things a little slower. I guess that'll probably be more serious on Switch 2. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I'm going to have to put limits on saves. So, you know, this is what it looks like. And I can actually just save. I think I can just save this profile. Because at the moment I just want to get values that I can compare it against. Where's the save button? There it is. So we'll just save this. Oh, it's in miscellaneous perf log map loop 5/4/2024 pre-change. I'll save my perf log. Perfect. And then the only thing I'm going to change, and I think this does break something because I think I tried to do something where I like avoided things that weren't collidable and it broke. But I'm going to try it anyway. I want to see what happens if I just go in here and tell it to ignore things that are not collidable. I think it like breaks the map entirely. Perf log. Yes. Because I'm pretty sure there's some other placement thing that it's trying to do. But anyway, if not ev.collidable, then continue. So this is the only change we're going to make. We're just going to make it ignore any event that's not collidable. I am fairly certain there must be some reason why they didn't do that. And so I'm not gonna suspect, like, I do believe that this is not going to solve a problem yet. However, again, map objects shouldn't have to be recalculated every single time. So if this doesn't have an immediate impact without any bugs, then the next thing that I'm thinking of is only do the map object calculation once. However, if an event object is going to be added to the height map, I can cache where it got added. So on every loop, I can just remove that one piece from the array instead of having to remove, you know, every single value. which is another sort of option that we can follow. Now, I don't care about running the profiler yet, and I can just leave those values there. But I compiled, right? I compiled? Yes. I did. Okay. My money would be on it worked fine up to the scale they tested it on. Yeah, but that's the nature of development, you know? Don't people say don't optimize early, which I have mixed feelings on, but I understand. Okay. So here's just the shop map. What's interesting is it looks like the FPS went down? How is that even possible? Wasn't it like 100 something before? Would it be funny if like preventing the collidable things actually made it slower? Why is it slower? What? Is it? It's worse than it was before. There must be... Is it having to do more work to discover things? Why would it be worse? Look how much worse it is. That... I mean, ostensibly though, it's not affecting anything else. But the FPS certainly didn't improve. That's strange. I don't understand. I just basically told it to skip anything that's not collidable. But it's possible that this has not, like, again, trying to test performance on a stream where all these things are happening on my computer may not be the best way to to confirm anything. But I mean, this is a non-trivial change from what I tested the first time. So that's what's strange. The only thing I can think of is that something relies on those things being there to make it go faster. So what it could mean is the player's placement is now constantly checking those values because they aren't being loaded on the update loop. And so it's doing a bunch of one-off checks that's causing it to be slower. It seems kind of strange that it would have to do that. But that would mean like the lack of existence in the event map is what's causing the problem, right? So then I would still have to go back to the solution that I was thinking of. So now we're loading it with those being added. The FPS is... It doesn't look any much better. Let's go back down here. No, so it didn't really seem to have an overarching impact. So whatever that was, it was unrelated to... In fact, it's like a little higher there. But it also didn't seem to change anything, right? Like, it's not broken per se, but it's not any better. No, because I mean, it's not the cache misses. This is the code before my change, and it's not any faster or slower. So now I'm at a little bit of a loss there. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want any of these to be calculated twice. So what I really want is, I want this code to run one time. And after that time, I don't want it to ever run again. So, how is there a way for me to... I was just thinking, like, what I could do is... So, I could get a little YOLO happy. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh, you know what I could do? So what could I do? Let's see here. I wouldn't really save myself anything, because here's the other thing. Like, another way I could do this is, I know that once I've gotten to this point that I'm adding the object, I should not have to add it. I shouldn't have to do any of this logic again, right? The logic has been done. This doesn't return anything because this is just adding to the map. Let me see. Add event height. So, like, I could cache this event as something that's added to the height map. So let's just do this. We're going to say, and these are what? These are, so we do the event collidable. We have to get BH, AX, AY, EV dot expand. Okay. So then these values I would need to cache somewhere. So why don't we make a struct array? So we'll do a private struct cached map event height data. And then we're going to, so we'll have the map object, right? So we'll just, I don't need to make it a field. So I can just do like a property, I think. Public map object. Map object. I don't know if it's better to make it a property or a field. I'm not sure which one, excuse me, uses more or less memory. But we're going to do this. Okay, so then we need BH. I don't know what the heck BH is, but I know this is adjusted. It's collision, excuse me, collision info. So then we're going to call it collision info, I guess. That's what we're going to do. I think you're a struct because you carry a lot of value. Oh, you're adorable. Pass a lot of value sounded too much like a kidney stone. Well, knock on wood, haven't had one of those yet. Collision info. Okay. And then we need what's AX and AY? Area? Maybe? Actual map location. Oh man, that's hilarious. AX and X. Why are you doing all this work? Oh, God. AX and AY. Okay. I'm just gonna save it. It's just so dumb. Oh my gosh, it's so ridiculous. Okay. So we're gonna make a list of, oh my gosh, why? Come on. And I'm not really calling the developers of this dumb. Because, you know, when you're writing code and you're trying to make stuff work, you just make it work. It's just that after the fact, it's just like, I can appreciate the dumbness without thinking the developers who wrote it are dumb. They made a product that works. It's not that I think they're dumb. It's just like this, like, oh, like, even if I wrote the code, I'd be like, that was so dumb, you know? You know. Okay. So then we're going to have an array. We'll just initialize it in the beginning. We don't give a flip. And we're going to have a YOLO time. YOLO, yo. Oh, wait. I need to use the object as a key. Because there's only going to be one of each map object. Right? And instead of being a list, we'll do a dictionary. This will also make the lookup super duper fast. Okay. So, okie dokie. Now I could like extract this, but I'm not going to. So instead, we're going to do, see, why do we have dir? What's R? Why do we use rdir? We only use it to get the values. Okay. So we only need to do this stuff after this point. Wait, why do we even use map object? Why do we use Mo? Because then it's use EV. What the flip? It doesn't even use the map object. Okay, so I need to use... What is this? This is a resource item? Oh, I guess it shouldn't work then? EV.character. So what is EV? EV is a map character. So I need to make it a map character. Okay, sorry. Instead of a map object, it'll be a map character because we don't need the map object. I know they call it EV, but hey, Tom Sutton, how are ya? Totally awesome video game. I'm a gamer. Ooh, OG FF7? Your face is FF7. Mine's an Alt F4. I wish my face was an FF7. Okay, so we're going to say, and I think, actually what's crazy is I could do this for the entirety of everything. I could do this for the entire thing, right? Yes. So if I have the event, for each event, well, hold on a second. I can't do it for this because potentially it could have moved. And that's why you can't do it there, right? Hi, composing. The tarting point placement. Why are you biting? Did you see what our daughter did to my arm? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's my fault. I was hugging her and I put her down and she went.
Oh no, Tom Sutton.
Tom Sutton is a lead animator.
We knew a Sutton. Andrew Sutton. Swing dancer.
Oh,
Tom, are you related
way
to
to
Andrew?
out Andrew Sutton.
Sorry, but he like advertised himself all over the world as Andrew Sutton.
That's true.
Like,
Okay. Anyway.
hi, oh no.
Oh no.
I got to a stopping point because I don't know how to download the template. see.
Okay.
No relation. That's okay. I think he would have been
Cached.
honored to be related to you. Why is everything firing up when you write?
Huh?
You have like flames. There's like flames around.
Because it's entertaining. This is entertainment, Composer. Don't you know how to entertain people? Are you not?
Lead
Entertained?
Animator. Oh, there. Why did that take me so
Animator.
long? Okay, I'm going to bed.
Love you, composing.
Did you by any chance put the sheets in the bed?
No sheet.
No sheet.
Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah. Goodbye, Lopar. Goodbye, Tom Sutton.
Anyway. Contains key. Do I want to do contains key? I don't really. I want to do if not. No. I can put it at the top. If cached map. Hold on a second. What did I call? What did I call the array? I don't even remember. The array is cached map height vendetta. Cached. Okay, hold on a second. Cached height objects. I'm gonna call it that, so then I don't confuse myself any more than I already was. Cached height objects dot try get value. I learned this trick from someone who shall not be named. Wait, why are you leaving? Don't leave. Oh, Mrs. Komodo. Okay, never mind. Mrs. Matzi. She's off to DMCA Matzi. Yeah, she's gonna go DMCA me for playing her music on stream. She's very upset with me. Try get value. And then I have to pass in the EV. And then out. There we go. So if we get the value, I don't care about BH. BH your face, dude. I guess it's a little bit more readable if it does it that way, so that's fine, I suppose. We might as well use their same approach, I suppose, as well. Why is EV not letting me work? EV is not assignable. Oh, it needs to be map character. Right? I'm pretty sure EV is a map character. Okay. So cache map event data equals new. So this should become the default if it doesn't work. I guess it doesn't really even matter because if it doesn't get set, it'll probably be null. So cached. There you go. And then we'll say cache map event height data equals new. EV! Your EV has become a Vaporeon. Yeah. Is it Vaporeon? Vapor? Okay. So the only time we need to do it is here. It's the only time. If it doesn't make it to this point, we don't give a flip. So, cached equals EV. Collision info. X. Y. A. And then, thanks, Copilot. I knew you were there for me. I like Copilot. It's so fun. It makes me not have to write so much code on my own. That's not rhyming, but would you believe I just made that up on the fly? Okay, so theoretically, what should be happening is what I want to happen. So we're going to try this and see just how badly we work it. We have real code to show us what's going on. I missed you, Lopar. Wow. So you mean you could have put your own original music on the stream and avoided being DMCA'd? I know. Crazy, right? Friends, I just drank a Monster tonight. So, I apologize. But sorry, not sorry. It's going to be a monster of a good time. What do you call someone who hides in the bathroom at parties? A party pooper. Okay, that's... Uh-oh, where did I type that? Dard's joke. Some guy just hit me in the face with a block of cheese. How dare he? I call them Lopar Panda. You can come to my party. Low pooper. Lopar pooper. Subpar? Sorry, not sorry. Okay, are we gonna get any errors? Let's play a game. Will it work? Will it blend? Or will everything break? That's gonna be the main question. Okay, come on. Let's do this. Let's get ourselves into the weapon shop. Well, the performance hasn't strictly improved. It's still in the 40s. So, like, nothing changes? Nothing compares. Hey, Dev Donut. How are you? Nothing compares to you. So this is where I question, is my code even working? Let's play a game. Is Matzi's code working? Possibility is it is not. This might be where I need to debug to see if anything works. If it is working, it means nothing I did changed anything. I feel like if I cast this, well, what it would mean is that like none of this is like calculations are not intensive enough to make a difference. It would feel weird for it not to work. Like, not to have any impact on performance. Unless it doesn't realize I'm making changes. How can I do this? How can I do this logically without... Okay, what we can do here? I wonder if I can find... I'd have to do deep profiling to see the actual objects, I think. I don't want to do... Can I see any objects here? Total use memory. I don't think I can. I mean, oh, man, that's so obnoxious. I could start shooting stuff into the console. You know what I could do, just so I don't like completely break everything, but without having to turn the debugger on. And DevDonut, I have not tried the Unity 6, so I don't even know. But what I could do is private bool has logged equals false. So for like a sanity check here, if not has logged and right, I could just, for the moment, I could just debug that. I could do a loop where I like spit out all the objects too. Right. We're gonna do be not console log. We'll do debug.log. Just to see what happens. Because this would tell us if the cache is being used. Not sure, it's a little slow. You can add multiplayer build targets. That's cool. You're making a D&D campaign editing software. Map maker, make me a map. Write me some code. Draw me some... Well, anyway. How do you get more bounce in a waterbed? Put some spring water in it. Wow, I don't think I've heard that one before. What type of music do windmills like? They are big metal fans. All right. So, in theory, these are grandpa jokes. Why shouldn't you let kids watch big band performance on TV? Too much sax and violins. Yeah. I tried to make a joke about, so there's like a violin that's made out of guns. And I tried to make a joke about gun violins at a time where all those, well, like the school shootings were really happening a lot. Like they're still happening, but, and people did not find me funny. I know it's probably a little insensitive, but I just thought a violin made out of guns, gun violins just seems so perfect. But I get the severity of the problem, right? Oh, this is cute. Oh, right, because I never set the value to true. All right, well, we've... I never made it not log it afterwards. But we are definitely logging our bush, so that's good. Is like chair wide. So one other potential is it could be like grow. It could be like the key that I'm using, even though I'm using the event as a key. No, because it would be replacing it, wouldn't it? We're doing what now? I went to Reform High School and tried to make a joke that was like, our school is just like the movie Girl Interrupted, except the women aren't as hot, and it did not go over well with the girls. Gee, I wonder why. If I use this as a key, it would use the object. So it would have to be the same reference to the same object, right? So here's maybe what I could do is like once it tops out, I can log it, right? Then we'll do like private int last height map size. All right. So then what we'll do is if it's not has logged n this dot last height map size equals count. So that way we'll have, we don't care about this anymore, so we'll just get rid of that one. Otherwise, last height map size equals that. Okay, so then what should happen is we'll keep updating these values. Until they don't change. So it should max out, theoretically. But that before or after they did reform part. Hearing. I don't know what a reform high school is. The British girls, he asked that's a bad one too. Why did the caveman get dressed up to go clubbing? Ooh. That's prediction. There will be a minor baby boom in 9 months. And then one day in 2033, we will witness the rise of the quarantines. We are going to have the quarantines. All right, let's see how this let's see what happens here. So this should trigger now even on the weapon shop. So we should be able to see. Yeah, so it hit all of them. There aren't as many objects in here, so it's pretty, Interestingly, look at that. 100 FPS, 120 FPS. So I turned off the profiler. The profiler is not running. And it's running like, this is faster than it was the first time we opened it. Yeah, that's pretty edgy there, Gavin. This is also faster, actually. So it seems like the profiling was messing with the results. Because you can see here now, it is definitely faster. But for some reason, like running it multiple times wasn't making it appear faster. So that's a result, right? This goes to show you how badly profilers can mess up. But we were getting 50 and now it's at 70. And this is running on stream with having the profiler open. So yeah, okay. Step 1. We have made an incremental improvement to performance. I didn't change anything major. I added some crap. I don't really need this log, so I'll just comment it out for now. I'll leave the code in just for S's and G's. code used to trigger logging. For the love that of all that is holy, don't leave. Someday I'll see that and be like, oh yeah, I should have probably removed that. Okay. So then we've added a new cache. So it is adding memory, but it's a dictionary, which has very fast lookup. And it has improved our performance marginally. Why did the rancher keep his cattle on the hillside? He was raising lean beef. Composy went to our daughter's gymnastic class and was... So I was taking her to gymnastic class, but now I take my eldest daughter, to softball at way earlier in the morning. So Composy takes the youngest to gymnastics. And of course, Composy is the extrovert, so she loves it because she gets to talk to all the moms there and stuff. And she goes, "Oh yeah, one of the moms' name was Eileen." I said, "Is that the one that likes to stay up against the wall?" And she's like, "What? Eileen? Get it? What do you call a cow in an earthquake? A milkshake. My milkshake brings all the..." Okay, so theoretically, we shouldn't have to do this height map update, but we have made an incremental improvement to performance, which is one of the goals I had. So that's good. And it's not... The thing about this improvement is it's not fundamentally changing any of the things that's happening right now. Ideally, I wouldn't want to do any of this calculation, but I think not perfectly, but somewhat empirically-ish, we are kind of proving the point. And I guess one way I can confirm that is I could just remove this code and go, recompile, keep the profiler off, and see if we get better FPS. I'm sorry, worse FPS. We don't want better FPS. That would be a nightmare. Did I break something? Why is it? Oh, let me go up here and leave that there. Well, actually, I'm going to comment out the cache too, because this would sort of muddy the results if it got used. So let's do this. I could go, while this recompiles, I'll go to my notes here and say updates height map of just movable, updates the non-map objects. This is a huge area of potential improvement, as this should only need to be calculated one time. So, theoretically, we could make some pretty massive gains in performance by just completely cutting out the need to constantly recompile or reconfigure this nonsense. Because it's a whole area of functionality. The only thing that would have to be recalculated is in any event that moves. And so some of these events don't move either. So if they're not moving, there's no reason to recalculate. Okay, so I uncommented my code. My character's staying still. 140, 120, 135. It's kind of hard to get an accurate average here, but okay. So no appreciable difference. In fact, it looks a little faster for some reason. This is really annoying. Let's see if Summiton is any better. So Summiton staying still. It's holding at 60 or less, or 40 or 30. If you watch that number, I'm walking around and we're not getting anything anywhere near 70, right? So it's definitely staying low. Okay. So it won't, smaller maps, it won't make a difference. In fact, it'll probably slow it down a little bit, because in a smaller map, I don't have to do all this logic. What lullaby do you want? What is this? I must agree to YouTube's term of agreement to view this in bed. What? Seems weird. Bullish folk song? If it's a song I don't know, I probably can't sing it. Hold on. I won't be able to sing a song I don't know. Do you not understand how this works? Gotta be something I know. I can sing you a lullaby, but not one I have never sung before. Let me listen to it. Oh my god, my ears. Are there words? No. No. Cannot sing that song. Sorry. I can sing classic lullaby songs in English because I don't know these other ones. Sorry, but also not sorry. I can refund your 1,000 points, or I can sing a different song. I said no, no. When Johnny comes marching home. What is this? Do I know this one? That's funny. The reference to Civil War. But it was both sides would sing this song. That's funny. I don't recall ever singing it. Really? The ants go marching 2 by 2 is the same one? And Johnny comes marching home again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll give him a swinging walk and then oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's how it goes? It's a long song. Okay, so performance of the inside of the house, no appreciable difference. A long song. Okay. I'll sing it for you. That's fine. I did want to check because I noticed it was like a Civil War song that it didn't have, racial overtones, but it sounds like, from what I've just researched, was used by any side of the conflict. Okay, so anyway, performance. Now we're seeing it get above 60. It's not like super, super fast, but definitely is much faster. So, I mean, that's empirical enough to say this is definitely faster. I could also just sing the Ants Go Marching song for you. That one I don't have to read the words for. Yeah, the overtones, everyone wants to go home. Okay. All right, I will sing you this song. It's going to be probably the most boring song in existence because it's the same tone the whole time. You just like the melody? Okay. Then I'm going to do the Ants Go Marching, so then I don't have to think about it while I'm singing it. It's not a bad song. Purple Hearts in Readiness, Depend Upon the Ready. Yeah. Actually, I think this one's shorter than Ants Go Marching. Let's do Ants Go Marching. All right. Well, let me just. I'm going to ants go marching your face off. You know, the ants go marching thing always makes me think, or the ants thing makes me think of the movie, was it Solaris? Or there's one where there's like people in a futuristic world on roller skates. The different, I don't think it was Solaris, it was a different name for it. And there's a scene where like a simulation of ants or bugs ripping somebody apart or eating them alive. Like I can never get that out of my head. Okay. For Gavin, we're gonna do ants go marching. And we're gonna go all the way up to 10. So if you guys can count up to 10, good luck. The ants go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching one by one. The little Gavin stopped to suck his thumb, and they all went marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 2 by 2, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 2 by 2, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 2 by 2. The Lopar stopped to take a and they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 3 by 3, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 3 by 3, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 3 by 3. The little Gavin stopped to take a stream of pee. And they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 4 by 4, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 4 by 4, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 4 by 4. The little one stopped to shut the door, and they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 5 by 5, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 5 by 5, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 5 by 5. The little one stopped to do the jive, and they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 6 by 6, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 6 by 6, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 6 by 6. The little one stopped to pick up sticks, and they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 7 by 7, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 7 by 7, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 7 by 7. The little one stopped to count to 11, and they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 8 by 8, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 8 by 8, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 8 by 8. The little one stopped to shut the gate, and they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 9 by 9, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 9 by 9, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 9 by 9. The little one stopped to check the time, and they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching 10 by 10, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 10 by 10, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching 10 by 10. The little one stopped to say, it's the end. And they all go marching down to the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. There you go. I was going to try to keep being silly, but I just couldn't do that and try to read this code. Because now I want to look at how these things get thing-a-thinged. The cop to salute. Okay. So let me see here. I think what I'm getting at, what I kind of understanding here is when they go to add an event, they get from the current map here. This is in the let's see, this is in the map engine. the event height map. They get the current map value, right? So what's interesting is what? Oh, it's an array, right? So it's an array of event heights. Then it has index. So it looks like what it's doing for int equals 0, cell.length. This is a map. This is getting the length. So it's an array, right? And then if it equals null, then index equals I. Okay. That's super interesting. I wonder how the cells get set. I want to find out how those cells get set, but I'm going to check something out first. So presumably what it's doing is for each cell that's available, it's going to check if a character is there or not. If it's not, then it will set the index to that. So that becomes the index that gets added. And if index is less than 0, which would mean that there's nothing to loop through, means it didn't find something, right? Then it expands the array. Holy crap. Jeez, it's so obnoxious. So what it's doing is it's not like losing data. At first I thought maybe it was like just overwriting stuff. No. It can stack. It's stacking every single thing at that event height, that cell. So whatever overlapping object happens to be there, it's putting them all in one place. But if it like needs to expand, it expands it. Okay. I don't know if it's better to use an array here, or if it would be better if it had used a list. I guess the lists are more memory intensive, but lists grow dynamically. But then again, lists do the same thing. So they're doing it the hard way, I guess. So then what it's doing is copying, let's see. So length, it creates a new cell. It's copying it, that value to this cell. Okay. So basically it's giving it more space and is multiplying it by 2. So it's actually growing it beyond the bound. It's not just adding 1 each time, right? Which is how you usually are supposed to grow these values. Dad? Your face is a dad. Okay. What's the code game project you're most proud of? Me? Let me show you this one. Even though it's not done. I certainly hope my face isn't a dad yet. Cell.index. So, okay. So weird, man. Every single time it's rebuilding all this crap. And then it's just shoving it into the value. And then when it's an event that extends judgment, this means like it extends the area in which a trigger could happen. Then it does this weird math to extend the area. Okay. And then it does this other weird thing too, where it says if that's like retro adds it. Right. So basically what happens here is we say to add a character to the map. It doesn't matter whether the character has collisions or not. Every character gets added to the height map. And then if it needs to grow the map, it will. So each cell can have more than one item in it. Okay, that makes sense. And then we have an event height object. So let me go see what this is here. So we have an event height object. Right, okay. H colon collidable and map character. So it's just a representation of every object in the scene. Which we already knew, and I'm only restating it because I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to modify the code so we don't have to clear this map out every time. Hey, Stoff, look at that one. No, that's such an old emote. How's Dark Cloud going for you? Okay. So the clear method is going over the entire height map, width and height. It's getting a cell. And for each cell, it's setting that character to null. God, this is so freaking obnoxious. I can't believe how bad this is. Dark Cloud's been a lot of fun. Like your face, maybe. Okay, so one of my thoughts was, we don't want to mess with values unless there's a reason to change them. You do have a pretty face. That's also fun. Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking about the way we deal with this data set. So I'm not gonna get rid of the data set. The best solution, the dream I have someday, is on importing. Also not a link. Is cell.length always same? No, it's not. It's variable. So in the add method, that's what I was looking at over here. So this is what adds a map character to the list. Cell grows, because there could be multiple objects in the same spot. Cell.length is variable. So in some ways, cell could potentially be a list, because then I could more easily add or remove values from it, right? Does fill work on this type of array? Oh, you mean like, well, but I mean, that's not, I mean, it's somewhat irrelevant, but it probably could work. I mean, that would make the, I mean, I don't think it's any faster than doing a for loop, right? Would it be? It might be a little faster if it's backed by a C. But I'm not trying to fix that part. What I'm trying to do is avoid using the clear method entirely. I don't want to clear all the values out and re-add them. So there's a couple things I'm noticing here about their performance. Yes, on every loop they run clear. So if I can eliminate this, I eliminate iterations through the entire data set, which would be nice. But after it's loaded once, they've reserved the memory for probably the maximum amount of space they need. So it's not like completely destroying objects and recreating them. It is garbage collecting, though, every freaking character, which is really stupid, right? Every iteration, it's creating a garbage collection from this, which it shouldn't do. We shouldn't need to do that. Or maybe it's not. I mean, I guess it's only collecting on this one object because the character is still in existence. So maybe not. Maybe it's not collecting because it's only clearing a reference to the value. It's not clearing the actual. It's not memory collecting it, and those characters don't lose their reference. So it's not actually garbage collecting those. So, but still, it's still stuff. It's work we don't want to do, right? I don't want this method to run. So I don't give a flip what it does. I know what it does, but I don't give a flip. I don't need to optimize that. What I need to optimize is how we make a decision on what needs to be updated and when in the height map. And so my theory is, and the reason I wanted to run, I did the exercise of like mapping it out. I think I've reached the point now, like I said, I start doing this and I reach a point where I'm like, okay, I have a pretty good idea of what I need to do. Probably don't need to mess with this anymore. I could go and like break down each individual method, but it's not complicated code. And all I needed was the mental bootstrap to figure out where I was going. Admittedly, that means that I might miss out on some stuff I could document later, but my goal is to minimize the number of times this code is executed, so I don't fully care about all the code that runs. Yes, I could optimize the individual methods, but if I get the method to run once, it's fine if it's slightly inefficient. It's less important to me. So going into, where was I? Update event height map, right? Oops. It's right here. Okay. So what I need is, I need to eliminate this clear method. So never clear it out. And I need to find a way to know if something needs updating. So first off, we know for 100% fact that everything below this line only needs to run once. Right now, that's not what's happening. But we know for a fact this only needs to run once. So even this garbage cache stuff I added, I could just get rid of it. If I can get this code to run just one time, I don't need to cache anything here. Because it should only have to run once. These are all static objects. The only reason it's adding every time is because the person writing this code didn't want to figure out how to keep track of events that mutate, that change. And so they're just like, you know what? F it. I'm going to clear the entire thing up, and then I'm just going to regenerate it every time. It's fine. Who's going to possibly need to worry about performance on this? You know, it's like someone just like, I just want to get this working right now. So I'm just going to do something that feels comfortable and works well enough, right? And then you get someone who makes the max map size, like Jacob. 256 by 256 is the max map size, because this is it's basically like a voxel 3D map, right? A very inefficient one at that. Okay. So we need to identify how we can determine if something needs updating. I think there's two ways I could do this. One is I could detect potential changes in the data that might change. So this would create a need for me to loop through all of the potentially movable objects, which means that whatever solution I come up with would still have a scalability problem. So this is where the code would happen. Again, none of this would matter, right? It's only this little, looks innocuous, but it is a lot. So if there was like 80 objects that could potentially have events on the map, it would have to loop over each of those every time. And what it would need to do is detect if the event's coordinates have changed since the last frame that ran. If the event's coordinates have not changed, then we don't need to do any updating on it. That would be, and we talk about like how much work would that take? That's less work than what I think the most appropriate solution is, which is have each object inform this system if it needs to be updated. Now, I guess I still have to loop through. No, I don't. So what I could do is like, if an object gets dirty, which means it needs updating, it could push itself into some array to be collected on an update loop and then updated in the event height map. So that'll be like optimal efficiency. The real question is the work I would have to do with that. I'd have to go in and find all the places in which an object could become dirty, which is like if the event changes its graphic, which would change its collision set, if some value on the event changes, if the event moves, like all of those things could potentially create a dirty object. So I'd have to go make changes in a couple, like a number of places in code to solve this problem. Or I could make changes just here and risk some performance issue, but I feel like that's the next step to go though. I think it's smarter because here we're just worried about coordinates, right? Are we? I don't I don't think I can get away with this because the same things I would have to check could change here. I'm guessing. So if I did, let me take a look at what this code does again. This is only using the coordinates though. Because this isn't using the collision. This isn't the collision height map, right? This is just the event height map. This is just the location of the event. This isn't calculating collisions. This is calculating collisions. So collisions only get checked around the player. And it does use the height map, but I don't think it's retaining the actual. I don't think it's retaining the actual like collision space. Excuse me. Let's see. So check character collision. Character, get other character from map. This dot map dot height. So this is using like, yeah. Okay. So this is actually might be easier than I thought it would be. I was worried a little bit that this would check for collision. I thought this was like generating the collision map, but it's not. It's only generating where the object is located. So that actually makes this a little easier. Collision, I think the collision detection stuff is something that could be made more efficient, but if I can just not update things unless I really need to, that would be even better. So I think it's okay that I'm just skipping these. It's iterating over the list. So it would be much nicer if I just don't have common events, right? So what I should do here is not worry about this yet. I'm not going to get sidetracked. So after I get this sort of detection of change, the next thing I'm going to do is on a map load, I'm going to exclude the common events one time and never again. So I need to, basically what I'm going to do is make a list I build on map load that is the refined list of things that might get updated. So then I just never have to loop over. It's, you know, it's like 40 events, but any little thing I can shave off is going to be better, I think. And like any of this, if I detect something that's outside of the map, I feel like I should also exclude that too, maybe? Maybe not. It could be something moves off the map and comes back in, I guess. I'm not totally sure what could go completely off the map, though. That's one of the things where, like, if I try to exclude something that goes off the map, I might regret it. So I'm not going to do that. Well, but I don't move things off the map, do I? More importantly, I bet you that this would never trigger. Like, okay, hold on. Well, whatever. Just don't worry about it. Okay. So what we need to do then is get the event how am I going to do this? I need to let the event retain its current location in the event height map. Because I have to be able to retrieve it after the fact. Yes. So when we add this, I'll have to be able to tell it. Okay, so let's go to map character. There is no height map here. It does have get collision height, but this gets, so this is where like it's doing a lot of extra work. I can't worry about that right now. So then we need to do something in this class that can retain its current position in the height map. Right? Is that what I want to do? Let's see. I'll go to this add method here. So basically, like when we add it to this map, we would get the cell index and the XY position in the map. Although I guess if I had the cell, I think I should do that. I should save the X, the Y, and the index. And I'll just make it a struct. So we'll do up here in map character, public, packing rules. Public struct height map info height map location, yeah. Public int x now. Interestingly, so this uses x, z, and y, but I don't think that's how that works in this case. Let me go back to the, is it map data? No. Map engine. It uses an XY. It's actually not 3 dimensions exactly. Right? Event height. There's a map character. And H. What is H? I forgot what H is. Oh, that's the height. So height is the quote unquote Y value, right? So this is height, which gets stored in the event height there. Okay. Heck, I forgot what this variable was. It's weird that it uses, it's like it's using a coordinate system, but they're using their coordinate system in like so many different weird ways. So X, Z, and Y, right? I'll call it height just because it's consistent with the H and you know what the H. So this is a struct, public struct, height map location, and then we'll do public height map right, because this only has one location. Better rename X to the horizontal tile offset. Yeah, no. I could call it Y, I suppose. XY. There you go. So we don't really need to make a new of the. Well, I guess I could make a new one, right? We'll just make a new one and it'll default the default values. Is Unity a Z up? No, it's a Y up. I think this will default all of them to 0, potentially. And then I think the XY value, yeah. So either the actual spot on the map, XY. Okay. And then I could be a little clever. Do I have is dirty? No. Public bool is dirty. Ooh, so dirty. We're gonna do get, and then we'll say return How does it get the value of AX and AY? I have been wanting to work on this part for ages. So I'm glad I got a chance to do it tonight, even though I'm not sure if this is more or less interesting than some of the other things I'm doing. I get to spend more time in the code, though, instead of like waiting for the compilation to happen, because I basically know where I'm going. Where are you going? Nowhere. Okay, so then, okay, so they're using their X and Z coordinates. So that's great. So I've already got the values, right? So we're going to say, we're going to return height map location dot X does not equal this dot X. Oh, I got to make it an int. I don't like having to do this conversion, but whatever. Okay. So this will, oh, right. yeah, whatever. Just convert it to your body, to do your body property. Screw your face. Oh no, I just formatted. I started to do the format cleanup on this class. This is not a class I want to format cleanup. 2,000 lines of code? No, thank you. That would have been a disaster. It's not even my code. Indicates whether the height map needs to be updated based on this object's position. It's okay. We're fine. Everything's fine. Thankfully, it was slow enough that it gave me time to cancel. I mean, it would be nice if it formatted. Like one of the things I was fantasizing about. Yes, developer fantasies are not like what you might think they are. I was fantasizing about creating a game engine within a game engine. You know, like the assets that you have for Unity that make creating certain types of games easier, like an RPG engine. I still fantasize about it. But I think about like RPG in a box and how much it bothers me that the engine has so much potential, but it's so limited. And I know like the developer is working actively on the next version of the game, of the engine, that will even include an export to Godot. Yeah, but I mean, Justin is working on a 2.0 version that will include a Godot export. I made a clone of Roblox in Unity that runs entirely in the browser. That's cool. Okay, so like seriously, this is great. Okay, so we'll go back to our engine. And if so one thing we'd have to do then is I think we'll do the isDirty check here. So if ev.isDirty oh my god, please stop. There you go. Then we do this logic, right? Bam, bam. So, oh, I almost ran my formatter again. Now make a clone of Unity in Roadblock. It's the circle of life. Okay. So if it's dirty, we will run through this process. So there's going to need to be a caveat meow in this portion. So dirty would mean I would need to hone in and specifically remove the one object from the height map, right? So we're going to say, maybe I'll just write it in this code. Caveats. Yeah. Caveats. Caveats. So we're gonna. So we have to do is, if it's dirty, I feel like I would need to do a check like this too. But I have to. Okay, so let's make a. We're gonna clear a single thing, right? So we have this event height map clear. Oh my gosh, it's crazy, Mike. Mike is muted? Mike is muted. Yeah, because Mike is now rated. So Mike has rated and is muted. Shout out to Mike. Hopefully you remembered to turn off your stream after the raid. Welcome, Mike. How's your game going? I cannot say the name of it, but if you have an acronym for it, or feel free to share it. However you want. I did. Good. Last time you forgot. I went and looked at your stream. Last time, so many years ago. I still lurk your stream sometimes. Yeah, there you go. It's the WWWA3P FTAGMOTYGGOATTG. Oh, I love it. I'll never remember the name. I'll just remember. I'll try to remember Wacky Wonderland at least. Wonderland. I'm waiting for Steam to give me the green light, and then it's out. Congrats. Oh, that's awesome. Are you gonna do a full media push? Okay. Oh, look. They made a remove method. This is legitimate. Except I don't even need this, right? I can make my own remove method. Public void remove, and then we're gonna make my own remove because screw it. And we'll pass in a height map location. Which means I need to make height map location a struct that is located in a different location. So do I have, is it a DTO? I guess it could be a DTO. I was making the release trailer today and adding some achievements. Congrats. That's amazing. Is this your first full Steam game? I can't remember. What does a full media push entail? I don't know. I mean, as far as I can tell, most people don't know. A media push is like getting it in front of streamers, getting it on all the social media accounts. If you decide to use paid media, use that. See if there's anywhere you can get like press published, like get any sort of websites to show your game. It's just like if you're not marketing your game before you launch it, then you need to try and do a push all at once to try and get some momentum. Because the statistics on games that are launched fully and like the drop off is just so significant. And they can come back up later, but the times that happens is so low, you know? Yeah, if it's the first try, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want, right? YOLO. YOLO. Game dev life is for me. Kind of. So what I can do here? I should definitely put the struct somewhere. Where should I put the struct? I don't know. I have so many places to put things. Core. Can I put it in the core data? No. Core. Do I have a map somewhere? I thought I had a map. I could do SGB objects. No. I thought I had a map. Oh, map system. There we go. Let's put it in here. We'll make it a struct. Height map location. Boom shakalaka, baby. There you go. So meow, we should be able to make this. No. Be a good little height map location. Yeah, I've been marking a bit. I have like 1K wishlist, congrats, which is above average, but below what's necessary. Well, it's, you know, it all depends on how you choose to do marketing. Some publishing companies like the approach of sort of the silent, the sudden push, you know, flood the market all at once. And even if you have low wish lists, it's possible that a game will pick up and go viral, right? And so they save all their money for when the game launches, and they try and push it out there really fast. No, but whether it's a publisher or not, there are companies or marketing companies even that will try that approach. Because humans, consumers of content, are very fickle. And so it's really hard, like, normal marketing approaches don't always work for games because the attention cycle is much smaller. Versus, like, if you're going to buy a car, which is the industry I work in from digital marketing, you're not going to go out and buy a car immediately unless you're filthy rich and you know exactly what you want. You're going to look, you're going to research, you're going to, you know, compare, you're going to shop around, and depending on whether you want to do like brand new versus used, so there's a lot of different decisions you make. The buying cycle is much, much longer. So the amount of times a car dealership or a brand need to get in front of you is significant. They need to be constantly reminding you they exist and making you think about their type of vehicle and reasons why, if you're considering to buy a car, you should consider their brand. But a game just doesn't, it's not like that, right? You're not going to, people will make an impulse buy for a video game. Oh, that looks cool. What's the price? It's within my range. I'll just buy it, you know? So, like, I haven't done a ton of marketing, ironically, in game stuff, but I've seen that partially. The bigger the game gets or the type of genre, you can retain interest longer, but it just depends on the style of game. For $3, I'm aiming for will buy and not play demographic. Yeah, like, oh, that's cute. I'll get that. It's $3. Maybe I'll try it sometime, you know. Okay, so I don't care what the event is. What I need to do is I need to say if... So we got to make sure that we can actually do it. I don't really want to do it this way, though. If it's greater than or equal to 0 and less than width and greater than or equal to that. I have to make them ands. I know. It's not ors, it's got to be ands, whatever. Change the ands to the ors and the ors to ands. This is called is it discrete math? Matrix math, you know? The matrix is real, friends. Was I giving advice? I was ranting more. You're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? Okay, so we make sure that it's located within the bounds, which is great. And then we'll just find it and remove it with extreme prejudice. I guess I should also check. So if all that stuff is true, and I don't really care about height. What I care about is the cell index. Did I not retain the cell index? I need the cell index. That's what I need. Oops. Okay. Public int. Because I think the cell index should not change because I'm not removing anything anymore. Good rant. It's quite interesting to me how I never cared about marketing and digital marketing. It to me seems like sort of a mind-numbing problem to think about. And yet, there's plenty of people who make money selling people on digital marketing. And I took a job at a startup company at the time for doing digital marketing for car dealers. it's my 7th year working at this company, and in the last 3 years, I finally decided to learn a little bit about digital marketing. So this is where I'm at with my life. So if cell index is less than, oh, I see why. So I don't want to do it this way. I want to get the cell and then go here. But now that I've been thinking about it, I'm starting to understand all the pieces. For the years and years I've been exposed to it, I finally understand it. And the reason was game dev. It was the experience of doing this game stuff and associating it with what I know in automotive digital marketing. And I did have to run the group that was in charge of digital marketing. So by like osmosis, I've learned some stuff. And it's fascinating. I mean, like anything, there's just a bunch of buzzwords that's actually, like, if you break it down, is so stupid simple that the only reason people know more than you is because they're willing to invest in learning the stupid buzzwords to know what it means. Like when you hear sales funnel, and I always hear sales funnel like, oh, it's so complicated. I don't understand how funnels work. I mean, I know how a funnel works, obviously, right? But the meaning of the different terms, what does it mean when you talk about awareness? Like what's top of the funnel versus bottom of the funnel? And people use these words so cavalierly that I'm like, oh, this is too complicated for me. Which is just because I have this dumb brain that hears things it doesn't know and it doesn't try to learn it, right? I have to force myself to learn it. My team at work does like finance applications. I don't know anything about finance, right? And so the reality is sales funnels are stupid simple. The hard part is tailoring your sales funnel to your target market and understanding how the market works and market trends. And none of this stuff is complicated. It's really just about learning stuff. Which maybe that could be like the story of life. But there's like mathematics stuff that's complicated in technology. There's things that are complicated because they require logical, structured information to figure out. And some of that's true in marketing, but most of marketing is just knowing stuff. Like knowing stuff about a market and also having some intuitive knowledge of how markets work, right? Because some of it's also just like human nature varies greatly. So you can't always, if people could anticipate what humans would do, I mean, maybe some people actually can, like the game of the stock market would be solved, right? But we vary things so much. Like humans do such unpredictable stuff sometimes that you can think you've got them nailed as a group, like a group of humans in the target market, and it doesn't happen, right? Nothing pulls through. So yeah, it's a weird thing, but it's not about like, I mean, there's complexity, but it's a different type of complexity. It's like a knowledge complexity. It's just understanding how to understand certain data about markets. Anyway, I don't know why I started ranting about that too, but okay. So this case, I don't want to do any work. I want to minimize the work that I have to do here. So if height-map location.index cell index is less than cell.length, then boom. I guess I should also make sure that it's greater than 0, right? Yeah. Technically, it should tell me to like introduce a variable, but I don't give a flip. Thanks for the lurk. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you just raided. Have a good one. Sleep well. Thanks for the raid. So what this will do is, from my understanding, I'm going to talk through how I think this is going to end up working. Because what I'm trying to do, again, I'm trying to make a change that improves performance without like completely rewriting their code. Because I have finally learned after so many years of doing development that rewriting is bad. It's bad. Worst thing you can do. But small nudges and changes to improve code is fine. It's good. You should do that. So let's talk about what's going to happen here. In theory. Who knows if the theory is real, but let's talk about theory, baby. Let's talk about you and me. So when we create this entire list, when we go into add events, I'm going to talk through this. This is for me, but you're welcome to follow along at home. Every time we add an object, we get the map in the cell, like we get whatever's here in the cell, which, so I think the initializer, the thing that creates this originally up here, it's creating the set, it's creating the XY total, right? By the map height and width. So as long as this is within that map height and width, it should be fine. It'll show the values or get the values or whatever, right? So, so it goes to add it. It gets the cell. This will be a blank array right now. Or it'll start out as some preset size, whatever it is. And then it'll loop through on any first loop. It's not going to find a result. And so it's going to get this index, which is either -1 or 0. And it'll either expand the array or just move straight in and adding that item to the cell. All that is good, right? So we've added all this stuff to the cell. And at this point, I don't know how I'm going to deal with this expand, though. I'll have to figure this one out. So this is one I have to figure out. To do, Matzi, figure out. Because now I have two different locations in which I can deal with a value. Anyway, let's forget about expand for just a second and talk about what I thought was already solved, but it's not. So we add a cell value at the index, which will be the H, which is the height, the collidable value, and the actual event. Perfect. So the thing I would have to do then at this point is for the event, I would also give it a reference of its location. So it would get the X, Y, and index. So it will know cell 5 or whatever, cell index 5 of the map location is where this height map location lives. And as long as nothing changes, it'll always live there. It'll never change. Now, some event happens where like the event moves or something changes about the event that requires it to be in a different location, which is here. So if it's dirty, then we need to do event height map dot remove, big remove, ev dot height map location. So what this will go into do, it'll go into the height map. It'll find the cell location and it'll just set character to null. So it just removes any data from there. So yes, it will leave this hanging cell, but it already does that anyway when it does its clearing out, right? When it does its clear, it leaves all those cells there and it just clears them out. So this is like selectively removing a cell. It does mean that you're going to end up with a case where there's like some of these cells might have one object and then an empty object and one object, empty object, whatever, right? So I might need to check. I actually don't think it'll matter. I'll find out. I need to look at that. But so you have like a bunch of different null cells. Worst case scenario, I could reorder them so that there's just all the ones that are filled are at the top or something, right? But then I have to change their location. Doesn't matter. So at some point, this gets removed, and then I go add all these other objects. So let's assume then that in here somewhere, an event is being added, and we're working with a cell that's had something removed. So let's say there's 10 items in the cell here, and cell item 5 got removed. I'll go through this loop. Cell item 5 is going to be the index that gets hit. I will fill it with whatever the new object is. So what will end up happening, because I don't think this index doesn't matter. This is just the collection of items that live on that one spot. So it won't matter if there is a hit or a miss. It'll just keep filling them in as it needs to. And I think that will be fine. And I'm almost positive that this struct doesn't even get used in many places. Like we have a get, but there's no there's nothing that's checking for the null value because it's only retaining the location. I should be sure about this though. Okay, let me go look at the map and see what uses this. How many things use this map? Okay, so here's one. It gets the map. This is going to be here. So get, what uses this? Find event character. For each info, if it equals null, continue. Okay, so it does assume that there could be mixed, like null versus not null values, because continue will just keep looping until it hits the end of that list. Perfect, right? So they did make their code somewhat resilient. Get other character from map, same thing. It just continues. So it does assume that there's some kind of mix between them. Good. That was the one thing I was worried about, is like if I start creating these holes in the cell index, would it end up like stopping when it shouldn't stop? For each one, if it's null, continue, otherwise perfect. So they did write their code defensively in a smart way, right? They did say, well, okay, who cares? If it's null, we'll just keep moving on. We need to go through the entire list though. Perfect. I'm not sure what case it would have gotten null like that. So maybe someone like planned eventually to get back to this. They just never did. I don't know. Well, I gotta let a child go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I gotta go take my little daughter to go to the bathroom because she's still learning how to sleep at night. Ad break. No, not ad break. Where's my minute? BRB. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, let's get this working. Burb. Okay. So I think I should be okay to make this work. The only other thing I need to figure out is this expand nonsense. So the problem with expand is that it'll add this and then it'll add the next. And I'll actually add an expand. How do we do expand? Let me see here. Oh, do expand. So this actually adds do expand as false by default. So if it were expanded, we would also need to get or remove the expanded location. Well, I can think of a couple ways I'd want to do this. I think the smartest trick would be to store a height map within a height map. Hey, stuff. Sorry to hear about the nonsense at your work, by the way. I just realized I never put on my fancy working... Oh, I did put on my working gloves. I just took them off for the... taking my daughter to the bathroom. We still haven't had our little catch-up chat, Stoff. What's going on? Why are we so bad at talking to each other? Okay, anyway, so... there's two ways I could do this. I could put a height map location in a height map location, or I can retain an expanded height map location. How do I know if it's do expand or not? Let me go take a look here real quick. Probably because we're both nerds. Nerd! Yeah, you know. Your face is a nerd. Okay. So, how does it... oh, expand. Okay. So then, I think the smart move would be not to change anything about our data set. But we're going to need another... we're going to need another one of these values here, right? I could have made it's only one other value, right? So we're gonna just call it expanded height map. And then only if it's do expand do we even care about that value. And we don't care about that for is dirty. So we only use it if the EV has an expand. So then if I go into the map engine and I go to the remove here, if we find something to remove, we do that, and then we say if if we do, let's see, oh crap, we don't have the event. This is risky, but we're going to try it. If expand, then remove dot. I forgot that I need to make these. These are public. I'm going to make them properties. I try to make everything a property if it's a public thing. So try this. My face sure is a nerd. What is it with Motsy and destroying public property? I'm just a rebel. Oh, crud. The problem with making it a property... oh, how much do I care about following my own rules? You know what? I don't care. Screw it. Because when you make it a property, you have to capitalize. I just hate that part. Because you got to come up with a different way to name it. I'm just, you know what? I'm okay. I'm just going to tell myself that I'm okay with this. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently. Okay. So that should be okay. And then we can just null the character. We care about you following your own rules, especially the ones we think are silly. Well, I don't care. Fine. Okay, so the only other thing I need to do now is I need to go into the map engine where we have an add here. And I need to set up these things. So if it's expand, we should... How are we going to do this? The only other problem I have is like I need to... Yeah, okay, I know how to do it. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to say ev dot height map location equals new height map location. Apparently it needs a constructor. Can you add constructors to this? Why is this? I need X, Y, height, and cell location. X, Y, H, and index. Okay. Then we're going to say if ev.expand and do expand and not do expand. So basically, if it's expanded and this doesn't say expand, it means that we're on the expanded part. So this is sort of a recursive nonsense. Oh no, it doesn't matter. We don't need this at all. Never mind. That's fine. Oh, but I need to know. Okay, hold on, crap. Okay, so if ev.expand, not do expand, then. But we don't want height map location to be the thing we set. Else. Oops. Yeah, okay. We have to do an else because in one case we have to set this value. In the other case we say ev.expand height map location. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of janky, but it'll work. There's only two cases, so okay. So will this blend? That is a question. In theory, maybe. I think it'll work, right? Should we go break some code, see what happens? It says 5 usages, which makes me a little nervous. Character. What is this one? Apply character move to event height map. Well, that's weird. This almost looks like it's trying to do... break some code. What have we been doing this whole time then? We're making it better. If character get graphic or expand update. Otherwise, do all this work. So basically, this actually does. So they actually wrote code to do exactly what I just did, but they didn't apply it to the core update cycle. Incidentally, I absolutely hate shorthand if statements. Just FYI. So then what we're going to say is this dot event height map and then we'll use character dot height map location. So we'll just use my thing that I already did, right? We'll just remove it and then we'll add it. So it's like oh no, stop. Oh God. I ran my formatter again. my code cleanup formatter, which would just obliterate this so much. Okay, so let's see. Where else do we use this? We have event height map add, which is this. Right? Oh, it's here. Okay, what is this one? Oh, that's just a do expand. Okay. And then we'll have. This one is in where? Update event height map. So these are the ones. There's 3 of them. So I'll just double check that one. And then this is apply character move. These are just the definitions of the methods. Yeah. Okay. So I think we should be okay. If I go into here. So now we have. If I get rid of the clear, we're never going to clear it. This is fine, I guess. Event height map, remove only if it's dirty. Okay. And then this should only run once. So I don't need the caching code anymore. So for my sanity, I'm going to remove the caching code entirely. And then how am I going to make sure this runs only once? I'm going to put it in here, I think. Right. So what I'll do is I'll just... Yeah, shit. Shoot. Kind of want to extract this. So let's extract this into a method. I think I'm going to be missing something, but okay. So we'll extract this into a method. Refactor, extract method. Build static. No, build. There you go. So we have all the pieces we need. Fine. Then we're going to take this garbage here, move it up here, move it on up. That would mean, oh crap. Oh, shoot. Okay, so I can't put it there. I would need to put it. How do I do this? Private bool. The problem is it's a map engine. I don't think every map that it would check that. So how am I going to do this? I guess I could do it here because it only would happen if this gets initialized, right? So, so is initialized equals true. Otherwise, is initialized. Wait, is initialized equals false. Is initialized equals true, right? Because this use case is the only time it would get initialized. I guess one problem would be crap. That makes this part a problem. So I need a different use case. Because I just realized like map widths and heights could be the same for certain maps. So this isn't really the most elegant, but it was being cleared out anyway. So it wasn't like I was previously wasn't potentially breaking anything, but now. So I need to figure out a different use case to trigger. And I think what it has to be is if the map is different. So what we're going to say is private. What is it? There's an ID for this, right? Mm-hmm. Theoretically, you could go to the same map. So that could potentially cause some problems too. What happens when how do we load a map right now? So do we do so now I got to figure out how I'm going to do the initialization of this map data. Right? Is loading? No, it's going to be what? Game name? Do load. Now it's loading a game. What is it? Load map impl? Is that what it is? So it's not map data. Set ROM impl. What the hell loads the maps? Map engine, map scene. Change map impl. That's what it is. Okay. So we change map. We need to find out where the map information gets set. And I think we could just make the map dirty. So we'll use the same idea. This.map does not equal null. Okay. If this map equals null, you don't have a map, try using 0th. Yeah, right. So we load all the data as if it's brand new. Don't know if it does a map engine update. Where does the map engine update get called? Let's find out where that happens. This gets called from map scene.update. And what calls map scene update? What calls this? Game main update. The change map impl gets called from map scene.change map. Oh, okay. Start coroutine. Okay. So this will be a little bit of a problem because that means the map engine could still run an update. I have to find out if there's anything that like prevents it from. I think so. I think this will do something where it's like if it's loading, it won't trigger. If hero does not equal null, If is loading or is battle loading, it returns. Okay, so if the map is loading, it won't or shouldn't cause the map engine to run. So that's good. Change map and pull. So this stop map. As long as it's still loading, is loading equals false. So right before here, we'll do this dot map is dirty equals true. Do me dirty, baby. So we're going to create a property as dirty, white and dirty. It'll be false. Perfect. Go to the map engine. So we're not even going to worry about this. So if the map is null or the map is dirty, which should be all we need. And then we'll set is dirty to false. Perfect. We flag it as false. We create everything. And then we do need to do is initialize. Okay. And then if is initialized, then don't really care about this actually. Because we won't ever get a dirty map object. So this should totally work first try with no errors, right? I think that was guaranteed by Lopar last time we spoke. So let's try it. I remember, so if it works, theoretically, if let's say magic happens and it works, we were getting like 100 to like 140 frames per second on the weapon shop. Did I get a bug? No, it's still compiling. And we were getting like 60 to 70, well, like 55 to 70-ish frames per second in Summiton. Why do cow milking stools only have 3 legs? Because the cow has the udder. What happens when you slap Dwayne Johnson in the butt? You've hit rock bottom. How many can I get through? 6 strands of Kurt Cobain's hair sold at an auction in last month for $14,000. You think it'd be very hard to... You'd have a very smelly odor. But really, it just smells like Team Spirit. Wow, that was a lot of work for that joke. All right. YOLO, I guess. Let's see how many errors we can get. Preferably a lot. Ah, no! I broke something. Okay, what is this? So, that's interesting. It was referencing a value that didn't exist then? Okay. That's a problem. Because theoretically, it shouldn't be referencing something that's not there. There's already a problem with my solution. Okay. Perfect. So, what do we do here? Cell index, that's there. Yeah. Okay. So we go through this whole thing. If index is less than 0, we do that nonsense. We set these values. So So that should be okay. That's the index, that's the height. X, Y, yeah. It would mean that it hasn't been set yet. So I'm doing a remove before it got set. Also, thank you for calling out the fact that the name of the class is wrong. The name says high map location. Thanks for keeping me honest, folks. I just haven't set you yet. Okay. So, the problem would be in the remove method. We would need to check whether the character even exists, right? But this is okay. I can set it to null if all I want. That should be okay. Right, because the first time around, when it first hits it and does that remove, there won't be a value there anyway. And it tries to say that it's dirty, which it must all be just at 0 or something. Just like index 0, everything's just 0, 0, 0. Although that would mean I need to come up with a different way to do this. Okay, hold on a second. So I also, oh, crap. What would be the best way to do this? I guess what I could do is public boolean is placed on map. So I think I needed this flag here as well. And the reason is because the first time, if they're all at 0, because I think it defaults to 0, I guess I could make them all default to -1. But if it hasn't been placed on the map, I don't want to remove it. So if I go in here and say crap, and I say crap, baby, remove, remove, remove. Maybe I should give it the event, because I have to get the height map location anyway. So instead of giving it height map location, we'll give it map character. Okay, do that. Then we say if it's kind of icky, but fine, whatever. I'm not a never nester. I'm an always nester. Why am I worried about this? No, don't format. I wonder if I could just run the formatter instead of running the cleanup. No, you know what? Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. Oh, the only problem here is that I would need to change the way the logic works here. So if it is expand, then I guess I could just do like a other remove, right? That would save me some sanity. I'll use their remove instead of the other remove because it's just like slightly faster. Okay. So if it's placed on map, then we remove it. I'm not sure exactly what I did down here. The code cleanup probably removed some package or some shit. Some stuff. I don't need cached event height data anymore. I don't need any of this nonsense. Get rid of that. Oh, this is right. Okay, so that's what I did. Okay. We'll get rid of all of our cached garbage. Don't need it. What else am I thinking? What else do I need to do here? Oh, I need to do, when it gets placed on the map, I need to tell it that it was placed on the map. So we do add end even though it'll get set every time, it doesn't really change it. So let's try that. YOLO all the way, baby. One second. So I was giving some feedback on something. Argon walks in a bar and orders a beer. The bartender says, "I'm sorry, but we don't serve noble gases." Argon doesn't react. Let's see. Noble gases are non-reactive. How that works? Did I have an error? Not sure if that was the bug or not. Okay, so the map loads. Check this out. Well, it's interesting that there must be a garbage collection that happens somehow. You see that it goes down to 90 every once in a while? But generally is like a way above. Nothing works on the map, but you know, that's fine. We don't need things to work on the map, right? Okay, so now what's this thing here? This is now causing a problem. What is this thing? Somehow there's something it's not getting properly. So part of it is like they have their own cache they're using with the height map, right? Return cache data if it exists. So this is happening where? Update height map and walkable state. I'm glad that I'm just continually breaking this. It's perfect. So what did I have done? Problems are just opportunities in the skies. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But what is happening? That's the question. This is saying that on this line here, so it's either that the height map cache is null or MO is null. I'm guessing MO is null. There's something I actually changed. Update height map and walkable state. Build object height map. Okay. So this part is where we're getting null. Which is if is initialized, it would go through this entire list. What is it? Why is the EV coming back as null? Well, it might not be coming back as null though. There might be something else that's getting null. Makes me think that this is null. But where does this get set? Now that gets set right there. It's set when the map data loads. 3 raccoons in a trench coat. Like, what was that from? I feel like it's this that's coming back as null. But why would this be coming back as null? EV.character would be coming back as null, right? But it wasn't coming back as null previously. This would only happen once, unless is initialize equals true. Is dirty equals false. Is dirty would only get set to true once. If event height map is null, shouldn't equal null. It can't be that this is triggering more than one, right? I mean, so It'd be weird that this is null if MO. And the only other thing that it could be is height map cache. Oops. No, I don't want login error. Come on, debug dot. Why is it doing this to me right now? What is going on with you? Debug dot jeez. Angle could be null, I guess, but no, that would be null. You can have null value there. You asked it for debug and it's giving you debug. Thank you. Yep. I asked for it. Turns out Monster Energy only makes me last 4 hours on stream. Then my energy level starts tanking. I feel like I'm right near the end of this. Like, I feel like I can get this part working. I can just figure out what this bug is about. Sometimes it's not even the line that it says it broke on. It's like the line after it or before it or something. Okay. Clear that. Run it. If a child refuses sleep during nap time, are they guilty of resisting a rest? Still happening. Mo equals null. Okay. But I wasn't getting a null value there before. So why am I getting it now? Let me see what the code looked like before. Let's go back to before our fateful journey into the unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Flatten, how's it going? I was looking here, then I heard the joke and just had to say how good of a dad joke that is. It's quite the I've heard these ones so much now. They're not as exciting for me as they used to be. Okay, we're gonna go back to our code here. Did it do something previously before I did my stupid refactor that would have made it better? Oh. There's a lot of things I call update event height map. That is disgusting. I can't believe how many things call update event height map. So what's weird is, okay, according to this, it always has a character. So there must be something that I'm doing that removes the character. Because this logic should ensure that a character exists. Time for some character building your face. EV.character. So why would the character become null? I didn't fundamentally change how these characters get identified. I'm pretty sure that the remove shouldn't remove the actual character from the object. I don't think that should be a problem either. Endpoint. Why would the character become null? It's just a resource item. Did I do something weird with my remove method? See, remove. We're only removing the character from there. Does this do anything? No. It's still only removing it from that shouldn't be a problem. These are map characters too, so these aren't even the resource item character. Be something dumb. Let's go back to our original code. Maybe there's something else I changed here. I don't know why that value would become null. So we can go older. 10:49 a.m. I don't know what I was doing at 10:49 a.m. in this class. We do event height map init. That's just setting it up. We do clear, which shouldn't affect anything. And then we go into this thing here that does this check to make sure that the character is not a map object. And then we do this code. There's nothing. Okay. What would I have changed in the course of this code that could remove the object? We're still doing that loop. This clear method I got rid of, but this just clears out the characters from the cells. Where's my stupid comparison? Yeah. What do we have here in our code? It has update event height map, but then mo is null. It's almost like calling the method mutates it somehow. It feels like what is actually happening is the initialization isn't happening at the right time. So this here like is loading is false. Because I think there's like I don't know, it should have everything loaded by this point, right? I mean, because all the events would be loaded here. Map loaded, invoke, so that's done. The only thing I could think of is that there's something goofy here. I suppose I could just debug. I don't like doing that, but I guess I will. It's already slow enough as it is. So let's just put a debug breakpoint here. And we'll see what's going on with the data. Maybe something else is squeezing by or something. I'll debug it without changing any code. Without recompiling. Oh crap. Why did my debugger not? There it is. I think there's going to be, so this feels like there's a timing issue in how the map character list is built. A race condition, as the kids say. Where does this character list get created from? So in this code, we have create update event height map. Change map impl. Where does it get added to though? I want to see where that gets. Wish I had certain developers scanning ability. Okay, so remove. We have a remove, but where's the add? Come on. We got it. There's a clear. For each. I want to find the ads, dudes. Oh, here we go. But these are just followers. I don't care about followers. I need leaders. Load common map events. Okay, but this all happens in the change. No, that's not. That's my own code, actually. Get map object. Toke, hello. Take the lead, Toke. Toke, take the wheel. It's interesting that I did a recompile and it shows that. Okay, let's try this. Let's go with a debug statement and see if it highlights the potential problem. How goes your project, Toke? Damn it. Okay, so we have EV is a map character. It is it has a character. Look at that. Did I put my code in the wrong place? No. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. No, I'm just dumb. That's fine. Being dumb is fine. I mean, like, stupidity is acceptable for bad life choices. I did this check. This is why I don't like these. Okay. If anyone ever wonders and asks, hey, Motzi, why don't you like early returns? Continue is okay, but also risky. And here's why. Because if I rely on this early exit from the if loop, or from whatever, the loop, I'm not accounting for this use case. So this is what I have to have, right? I could also do else if is initialized, because I have to account for this. Why do you not like, hey, Ether, so glad you asked. I don't like early exits. I also don't like, preferably I would do something where I wouldn't have to have all these early exits. But essentially what's happening is it does this check whether it's a map object or not. And previously it was relying on one continue. And you can see I made some changes to my code to that altered how it made some decisions here. And therefore that early exit got skipped. So the reason it was actually failing was my failing as a human, but it's fine. I got it. Now it's going to work perfectly. It's going to be the best, most performant code you've ever seen in your entire life. And I can go to sleep a happy man tonight. What happens to frogs when they park illegally? They get towed. What do you call two guys hanging from your window? Kurt and Rod. Dad jokes can't get in here. With the debugger, it's going to be forever. Why are fizzy drinks so tasty? They are so delicious. Should I do a stream where I update my bot so it just pulls things straight from ChatGPT? That'll be glorious. Okay. So let's try this. The jokes that ChatGPT finds would be of this nature. And I could even train it to like only do age appropriate jokes. Wow, I just downloaded Godot, developed and released a whole game during that Unity build. Shut your face. Unity's the best ever. Okay, so no error this time. I can't leave still. I can't leave and I can't talk to anything. So what I would say is there's progress, but it's not triggering anything. I'm getting triggered by this, but for a different reason. So that would be what? It has to go into... This is one of my concerns, is like what else is using the height map. So I'm not, I'm not quitting yet, but I need to figure out then. Let's get triggered. Let's get triggered. I want to get triggered. Is this a song? So there's other things that call update event height map. What else calls it? Load map character. Update event height map. This is where the characters are loaded for the map, which includes hidden events and other objects. Yes. It's so crazy how often they call update event height map. I don't think they have to call it this much, because it happens in the update loop. But that's not where the problem is occurring. So the problem is occurring where a trigger is supposed to happen. So let's go look at the event height map nonsense. So we init this thing. There you go. So something does the get. Let's see what happens. Who uses map? So only the event height map uses its map directly. That's good. And then this getter gets used in find event character, which is during something. I'm not sure what it uses yet. Right? If it's null, we continue. That still should be fine. Okay. What does this get used in? So check and run collision. This is where something weird is happening. Right? I guess it's good I didn't completely get rid of the debugger. So let's go back here. Thanks, Matsubot. Could be something about how it's getting the data. Well, it's definitely something about how it's getting the data. Look at all these extra saves I have. That's disturbing. Okay. So if I turn on the debugger, will this trigger? No. Okay. So it does run here now. Check and run collision. Map character target is null. Find event character. Does it find anything? No. Okay, so I'm going to need to do that for a second. Because it's checking it on every movement, right? So now I need to make sure what's going on here. We're not moving yet. Debugger's on. Interesting. So what? How does it choose? Check and run collision. If it's not, and add position is moving. Math as last player. Okay. So it should be running the collision script. I wonder what happened. Did the debugger just forget what it's supposed to be doing? Oh, okay. Like, it's clearly finding something in theory. Let's find out what happens in this code here. So we're getting the direction, result, owner, map data, width, height. Hero is collidable, true. For each. So let's look at this info crap. X is 15, Y is 18. So this is what this object looks like. X is 15, Y is 18. Here. So we got two objects in here. We've got two map characters. Okay. That's cool. So it's actually kind of interesting that it's finding something. So map character is not null. So it should be able to go here. Does ROM equal null? Okay, ROM equals null. So that's weird. Why would ROM equal null? What does it say the character is? The character is Pyra. The character is herself? How am I not myself? Does this equal null? No. What character is this? Is it still Pyra? Why is it just finding Pyra? Okay. So it's not finding the object that it should be finding. So it's possible there's supposed to be an object there. So then I think that there's something with the like the main character messing up the collision map, maybe? $15 and $17. Sure. So it is continually finding Pyra. That makes me feel like something about the character is adding. Here's my theory: every single element in every single array is going to be Pyra. Oh no, that's null. That's good. Okay, some of them are just null. Perfect. There's only 2 per, so 2 must be the default size. This is just essentially representing the entirety of the array. So if I go to 15 and something. This is how much data it's storing. Yeah, I got to see what happened with Pyra, but what I want to find out, because what it's looking like is happening. I don't think any of the objects are getting mapped. So what I should probably do instead is I should go look at how the map gets created. So we'll stop this. It's like Pyra's finding itself in that list because Pyra is in that list. But it's looking like the map is just not getting into the objects. So let's find out what happens here. This will be the one I want to trigger, right? So let's go back and run it. So the reason that my introduction of change is causing this problem is because previously it would just self-heal, right? If it didn't care, like every update loop, it would just keep updating it. Then as things got updated, as the map was loading, it would just shove them in there. But now I've made this sort of restriction. It's weird that I have these like quadruplicate saves. I'm not liking that at all. Okay, so does event height map equal anything? No, perfect. So this is the first run through the event height map. The map character list has 97 items in it. So let's go here. And let's go here. So is initialize is true. Oops. I need to go there. That's what I want to do. Okay. Then we also want to make sure that we only want to do it if it's a common event. I bet you that is dirty. Oh, it's true. Okay. So it's true because the height map location must just be by default, like it won't match wherever the current event is located. Okay. So we would do a remove in this case. Let's go see here what it looks like. Hasn't been placed on map, so that should be fine. Okay. We do this, and then we go to add it. It'd also be something weird that I did in the addition. So look at that. It's adding 15 and 17. Okay. That's cool. But I'm worried about what it means this object is. So what's the character? Doesn't exist yet. What is the event? The event is Pyra. Why is the event always Pyra? Why is Pyra the event that's always being added from the map list? Okay, so let's just press play. Map character's true. What's the character? How is it always Pyra? I don't understand. Every time. So it's everything's coming up Millhouse. This is infuriating. Okay, so that character is null. That's weird. So what does it say the character is, though? So this is there's no billboard. It's not a custom object. I don't know what the object is, but that's interesting. So this doesn't even have like the character object associated with it. I guess that's progress. So if there's no character, billboard, current position, is there at least a name for it? What's the name? There's no model, so it's just an object. Oh crap! What am I here? Current position. Okay, so there is an object here. But I don't know what it's called. ROM, it's event. Okay. So what event is this? This is a door function. So this is the door. Okay. This is the door. That's adorable. This is at 19 and 15. We have a door. Oh, wait. Did I press? Okay. I didn't. So then we'll go here. Index is 0. Fine. So index 0, cell, okay. So then we'll add all that stuff. Is it expanded? No. And also not do expand? No. So it has to be both of those to be true. Height map location equals new height map location, which is X is 15, Y is 19, which is consistent with our values, right? 15, Y is 19. Okay. That's kind of interesting, though. And then event is placed on map. Yes. It is not expanded. Good. So it is working. I mean, it's adding things. 15 and 19 was added. So if I go into the event height map, 15 and 19. Where are you? There you are. So there's collidable. And it's not Pyra. It's good. It is the object that is in question. ROM. She likes to party. She likes to party. Okay, so the object is there. All right. So let's double check something real quick. It could be that I just have a faulty value stored. Gotta be able to get out of this house to check out the performance of the area. So we have blacksmith. Where's our weapons shop at? There we go. So this is at 15 and 19. So it is appropriately placed. Okay. So then there's some problem with the way the Pyra does the search for the other object. Because we know the object is, well, you know what? Let's go back to where that check happens. 15. I just gotta remember 15 and 19. Okay. Don't care. Wait, why does Mo equal null? Mo doesn't equal null. Oh, I think it's just because it's not hitting that code. It's just because of the code is how to sync. Now wait a second. This is happening twice? Where am I in the app? This could be a part of the problem, actually. Let's see here. No, because it's not dirty, it's not going to get removed. So it's okay. It's like it's skipping it on purpose. Is this RPG Maker? No, it's Smile Game Builder, which was built by at least one person who used to work at RPG Maker. But it has an export into Unity, and I'm massively effing it up. But hopefully in a good way. Okay. So let's take a look at the height map. Okay, so let's go in here. This is actually okay. So let's see. Event height map. Let's make sure that 15 and 19 still exist. I'm trying to improve performance of this, incidentally. 15 and 19. This is where the door should be, right? There's no door! Ugh. Oh, wait. Was it 15 and 19 or was it 16 and 19? No. Okay. So the door got removed somehow. Because the map got initialized again. So the problem is, if it gets initialized, I have to reload everything. Hopefully it's not getting initialized more than twice. That's a weird behavior. But effectively what's happening is this isn't considered dirty anymore because it thinks it got placed. But somehow this happened. If event height map is null or this is dirty, this only gets set to true here. But somehow it thinks that it got loaded twice. That's very strange. So I guess for sanity's sake, I'll just use this value here. If is dirty or I'll just reset it, right? We'll just remove it and re-add it. Just to see if that will fix the whatchamacallit? Collision. I'll leave the breakpoint here though, and I'll put the debugger back on. Tell a dad joke. What type of people never get angry? Nomads. That's kind of funny, actually. Because they don't get mad. They only get happies. This stupid build is going to take forever. Okay, it's done. It's going to take forever, and it's done. Okay. Nope, not done. Still telling me to hold on. Import those assets. Come on, we got this. Come on, Unity. You can do it. Now with the debugger on, this information is going to be relatively invalid, but one of my other favorite things about running things with a debugger is that sometimes it'll freeze because it hits a breakpoint but doesn't tell me about it. Oh, why is this now? It's so weird. It was like triplicate before. Okay, so the initializer runs, and then it runs again for some reason. Please tell me you don't run a third time. So that's weird. It's like it's loading the map twice. Okay. So for Sandy, I'm going to just play this and see. Okay. Boom. That was it. Ignore the fact that FPS is 40. We do have a debugger running. Okay. So that was that. Stop this. I'm going to turn off the debugger. I'm going to see if we can get a result. And then we can wrap up. I'm sure I will have just now introduced some massive bugs that are going to piss people off. Which is why we're going to put the beta out first. But if this works, it will mean the performance of the game will have increased by some number. And theoretically, the way that I made these changes, there shouldn't be any massive impact to any code, because I didn't touch how most of this stuff works. I just touched how the map was created and updated. Let's find out. It'd be great if I went through all this effort tonight and then we go run it. It's like, yeah, no performance improvement. Okay, what do we got for... So we have the FPS. Here, previously, it... Well, you know, it looks like it's consistently higher, because it would more often drop to 100. There's a garbage collection that happens. I'm not sure if that's because of my changes or just a normal garbage collection. Because when the FPS drops, you know, like GC's happening. However, it is staying higher. So now it's closer to the 70s. So we made an improvement to performance. It has been improved. I'll bet you if I could completely get rid of their system and use colliders, it would improve even more. But it's not bad. I mean, running it while I'm streaming, previously we were running at like 50. It wouldn't go above 60 before I made this change. Now it's consistently staying above 60 except for when the garbage collection happens. I mean, if I ran the profiler here, I suppose you won't be able to see much of a difference on this right now. I mean, just my cache change seemed to have improved it. The profile, of course, is going to drop the FPS for sure, right? Yes, it is Everest. This is Alterium Shift. I mean, I kind of like that the FPS is pretty good in this room. And it seems like everything's working. I mean, there's not... If there was a problem with the map or the objects or something, it would be like extremely evident immediately. I mean, the FPS does drop a lot when it loads map, but that's also because of the streaming and the profiler and stuff. All right, anyway. I mean, I got a thing done tonight, you know? I'd call that progress. And I've had people heckling me about my life choices, so that was good. I think we're good. I think this is good, you know? Longest stream I've done in a while, just where I just work on things. All it took was me drinking a crazy energy drink. Are there any fight scenes? Yes. There is not only a battle system, turn-based battle, but there are cinematic sequences. Thanks, Stoff. Appreciate your support. and Lopar, and Gavin when you were here, and Neat Games just showed up, and Toke, and Ether for lurking, and Fladden for lurking as well. Appreciate it. Or Fladan. And even Dave. Thank you all. And Sky. Look at all you lovely humans. Yeah. Hey, we did a major piece of functionality that I've wanted to touch on. And this, so from now on, because I am really going to be lightning focused on story, when I stream, I'm going to just pick stuff up and start working on things. It is ending, Sky. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, which is the longest stream I've done in a long time. Because I drank a monster. I was like, I'm tired. I need to get stuff done. Now, it looks like this cute human that I know, who goes by the name of Tom Sutton, is streaming. And while he's not streaming any sort of development, he's playing Final Fantasy. He is a cute human. And I don't see any other development streamers streaming. So, it's been 84 years. So while I'm not dropping you off at a dev streamer, Tom Sutton's a pretty cool dude. And I want to rate him. So I'm going to do that. You all have a lovely, lovely night. I will be back on Tuesday. And I will continue this trend of working on small bug fix enhancements. I'll probably get to the camera stuff because I really want to work on that. But I'm not doing any huge projects now. I'm going to be doing small things because everything else I'm doing is going to be story. It's just hype. It's just the hype calls. So thanks for hanging out tonight, people. Thanks for the raids I got already. And see you guys in a bit.